Welcome back, part 2 of Agatha Christie's Wow, here, I can't say his name now. Oh my god. Mr. Poirot's first case, or cases technically, right? Because we jumped from seeing his first moment where he's like, this is wrong, I need to fix the system, to now having come back after he's kind of world renowned at this point. Still early on in his career, but very well known for what he does. So let's see, we took care of the prologue, and now we came for a blackmail thing, found a murder. I don't know how much deeper it can get, but it has gone pretty deep. So, we will have to figure this case. Now, we could run into the conclusion, or we might not, depending on how the case goes. But I guess we'll just have to get into it. So let's get into this case. I'm just curious. We had collectibles, right? Look at this. We got a lot of chapters to go, though. Visit all locations in the game. What does that mean? Haven't met all the characters yet. Lots of deductions to still go. Inspect every window in the game. I might actually get that. Who knows? I like windows. Apparently I like an audience, too. We'll just have to see. Welcome, Incy. How are you? How are things going? Okay. Let's see where we're at. Right, so the Major's dead, who in all, you know, we don't wish the dead on anyone. Congrats on being first, see. We don't wish ill, but that guy was a prick. The whole reason that girl went to jail, which reminds me, Sieg, we'll probably get maybe an hour in and then we'll rerun that prediction because it was a good prediction. And of course, we never found out. Look at Cassandra. Let's see what we got.
Is that the end of your interrogations?
There are still some questions that remain to be asked.
Wait, add more? Oh, is it because I didn't click on her? Yeah. Let's see, we need interrogate the guests and confirm their alibis, investigate the murder, and investigate the blackmail. Maybe he was the blackmailer and someone murdered him for it. I don't know.
I'm afraid our conversation is of a more formal nature this time.
So the Major was murdered?
It appears so.
I still think this guy looks like a white prince, I'm just saying.
You can't think that I did it, though.
I will be questioning everyone over the course of the evening, and your cooperation will certainly speed up that process.
Besides speaking with me, tell me about your movements before dinner.
I was here in the salon, minding my own business, enjoying my own company.
Great, so no one can confirm shit.
Minding your business from whom?
Comtesse, what's her name, and my brother. Apart from wanting to congratulate him for a great right hook, there was nothing I had to say to him.
Comtesse de Vos? And they will both confirm you were here?
If she had taken a moment to notice anything besides herself, she will tell you I was here the whole time.
I think that is all for now. Merci for your time. Bonsoir, Monsieur Beckers. Merci for speaking with me.
Monsieur Poirot, or should it be Detective Poirot now?
Detective Poirot is perfect, merci. I would like to begin with a few questions.
His picture and his actual, like, representation do not match.
Go right ahead, Detective Poirot.
Like, one, he kind of looks like he's maybe in his early 20s, and then the other one, I think he looks like he's in his late 30s. Can you tell me where you were prior to
I
dinner?
took great pleasure in seeing the Major's ego as well as his face take a bruising. And then I made my way to the library.
Well, you spoke with Mademoiselle Conrad.
And yourself? Yes.
We were the only two that you spoke with.
One of the servants bought me a drink, and I was telling her about the benefits of joining a union. She didn't understand what it truly meant to be a part of something. Something bigger than just her. I was trying to explain to her how...
Unions are such an interesting thing. You pay them money, in theory, to protect you. But to be honest, they actually work. I'm just curious.
Monsieur.
Oh, yes, it was just the two of you, and the servant.
Strangely, he does not seem to recall seeing Monsieur de Silva in the library.
And you are sure there was no one else present?
I'm not sure what you're getting at, Detective. You were there.
Merci, Monsieur Beckers. It has been a most enlightening conversation. Monsieur de Silva, merci for obliging me.
A detective comes to a party and a dead body shows up. Coincidental, don't you think?
No. No, I do not.
A man's death is not a matter to joke on, monsieur.
Who said anything about a joke? I am saying what I see.
Then perhaps you can tell me what it was you saw this evening.
Following whatever that was in the hall, I moved to the library.
Is there anyone that can confirm that?
Miss Conrad and Beckers were in there, arguing about something. The books held my interest far more than their conversation.
You did not speak with them until dinner was served?
I had no reason to get involved with their little spat. It was clear they didn't want me to hear, and that suited me just fine.
Merci for your cooperation. Monsieur Demir, I am sorry your celebrations have taken a rather dark turn.
As am I, Detective. I hope we will be able to bring this investigation to an end post-haste.
I hope it's not the happy couple.
With your cooperation, I will do my very best.
I was here in the salon. I thought I would have a moment of peace to calm myself, but the Comtesse and my brother followed behind.
Did they inquire into the reasons behind the fight in the hall?
I think they both saw it as some light entertainment, more than anything else.
The Comtesse does not strike me as one to enjoy violence.
And not so much violence, but karma for the Major, perhaps. You did not hear how he spoke to my wife-to-be. She is still rather upset about the whole thing.
If you would be so kind as to stay here, I may require your help further. Comtesse, I am sorry our next conversation must be under such formal circumstances.
It is not the first time Felix has ruined a good party.
The current state of tonight's celebrations is the least of my priorities, Comtesse.
Well, it's at the top of mine, Detective. I did not come here for a wake.
Perhaps then we should proceed with my questions, and you can get back to celebrating.
It's interesting. For someone who does a lot of philanthropy, she can't take 5 seconds to, you know, this guy's death. In fairness, I don't like him either, but like, I don't know. I know it's probably all for show for her, but still.
It would be my pleasure, chérie. I did. I thought by staying in one place, it would be easy for the staff to bring me my drinks. How wrong I was.
And who else was present in here?
The handsome groom-to-be and his brother, although Zachariah, is it, made a rather sharp exit at one stage.
Interesting.
Did he say where he was going?
He barely said 2 words to either of us. I think he was more concerned with his drink.
Another to notice Monsieur Demir's drinking, and yet no one seems concerned.
Merci, Countess. If I have any further questions, I shall be sure to come and find you.
Before it gets too crazy, I should probably look at this a little bit. Oh, we got some 3 chains here. Okay. I mean, this one confirms this one.
Is there something I am not seeing?
Okay. In the library, in the library. I mean, these ones conflict a little bit.
Come, my little grey cells. I cannot see the logic in this.
Okay.
The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
They confirm each other's appearance in the salon. Okay. So maybe I need to do this a little bit differently than what I was thinking. Spoke to Jackie and myself. Oh, I haven't talked to Jackie yet, so... So upset about the altercation in the salon. Argument between Jackie and Hugo. There's 2 more that it says are here. I'm gonna talk to Jackie first, though.
Mademoiselle Conrad, I am sure you understand the delicate nature of the situation.
I knew I had seen your face before. You were just an officer when that story hit the paper.
You have a très bon memory, mademoiselle. That was a long time ago.
You can't escape the past, especially when you go and do something like that.
That is very true, but one can learn from it and create a better future.
What would you say to an
Please, mademoiselle. Catching the Major's killer is my sole concern right now. Now, if you would be so kind, I have some questions for you.
I arrived, unpacked my bags in my room, and made it downstairs just in time to see the Major take a right hook from Gideon. And then I went to check out the library.
And you were joined by Monsieur Beckers.
And Ernesto, or Monsieur Silver, as you say. But after he ignored my attempt at pleasantries, I left him to his book in the corner.
And your conversation with Monsieur Beckers that I interrupted.
You are a persistent one, aren't you? Makes sense now I know who you really are. You'll just have to wait and read about it in the paper like everyone else.
Mademoiselle Conrad still remains tight-lipped about her discussion with Monsieur Beckers, but a hint at reading about it in the newspaper makes me believe it may be a much grander nature than I expected.
You have been most helpful. I request you do not go too far. Merci.
See, if this was a Nancy Drew game, the killer would now be trying to kill me. That was a weird sound. I will be right back.
To the woods and under the trees, her instincts tell her where to be. Mystic Rue, she'll find the truth. With every lead, she's your sleuth. Mystic Rue, she's on the case, chasing clues all over the place. With her magnifying glass, she'll see it through to crack the code. She'll tell you, stay Sophie. In the city streets of oceans wide, her determination never hides. Mystic Rue, relentless and bold, solving mysteries, stories untold. Mystic Rue, survives the mystic lurk. She's here for you. Mystic lurk, guiding light, unraveling secrets out of sight. With her wings clever mind, she'll find out to unlock the mystery. Through the woods and under the trees, her instincts tell her where to be. Mystic Lou, she'll find the truth. With every lead, she's your sleuth. Mystic Lou.
Okay, I am back. I don't know what that was, but it's dealt with. So now we're good. And back to the case, but for those having bingo squares, that one does not normally get called, so that is a good one for somebody out there. Someone definitely benefit from that one. But here we go. So. Now we have 5 connections. Oh boy. We had 3, and then I talked to Jackie. Jackie was in the library, was in the salon. Jackie was talking to Hugo. I mean...
Another success.
that
I
makes
never
sense.
doubted myself.
Jackie and Hugo confirmed each other's appearance in the library. Ernesto was lurking in the library.
What a revelation.
They confirm each other's appearance in the library. And now we're down to 3. Okay. These 2?
Things are beginning to become clearer.
I'm gonna just call her Marge for short. Marge and Gideon confirm each other's appearance in the salon.
I must act on thought.
Okay. Think about this.
I must take a different approach if I am...
There's still 2 more. I'm gonna come back to that though. Where's the help? Oop.
Ah.
Can we ask him about stepping
I'm
out?
an open.
I think that...
Cannot yet ask him about stepping out.
Is that the end of your...
There are still some...
I can't leave the room?
Huh.
Stop for a refreshment during a key moment. Well, I'm gonna need a drink after this, I guess. Okay. Huh. Now that I know there's a window achievement, I like half wanna like have I been doing a good job in getting all the windows? There's other people that matter here, but I guess there's two things. What are we missing? I mean, are we like this level?
Order and method.
Yeah, no, I thought that was a little weird.
Magnifique.
Marge claims Zachariah. Marge claims Zach stepped out of the room, but Gideon did not mention it. Was he missing time? This is missing time? Okay. Now we can get the conversation.
I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
Hugo failed to mention seeing Ernesto in the library. Yeah. But we already knew that. Okay, so I guess now we got Hugo and Zach we can talk to. Let's start with Zach.
I'm an open book. I told you already. I was here in the salon.
And you did not leave even once.
Well, I had to use the bathroom. I didn't realize I had to update you every time nature called.
You may keep your calls of nature to yourself, merci. And then you returned to the salon.
If you don't believe me, ask Archibald. He saw me on his way up to the study.
I think that is all for now. Merci for your time.
We got Hugo.
Whatever you require, Detective. I know you are probably used to dealing with criminals, but not everyone is trying to hide something.
I hope for your sake that you do not hide anything from me.
I feel like most people actually try to hide something without trying to hide something, right? Like, not everyone's gonna be like, yeah, I ate 3 bananas today and 2 oranges, saw a cat. Like, I don't know.
What is it you think I'm hiding?
I struggle to believe you did not know of Monsieur da Silva's presence in the library.
Is that what this is about? I saw him hiding in the corner, pretending to read. I'd be surprised if he even could. I did not speak to him, and he certainly didn't make any attempt to speak with me.
Monsieur Demire invited you here to speak with him. You didn't see that as a fitting time too?
I was speaking with Jacqueline, and quite frankly, I was in no mood to be dealing with that man.
Monsieur Beckers is courageous and full of vulgar in his planning, but his execution does not share such confidence.
Merci, Monsieur Beckers. It has been a most enlightening conversation. This will not get me any closer to...
I mean, he admitted now he was in the library.
Come, my little grey cells.
Need her to Archie, and then Zachariah claims Archibald can cover his.
Is there something?
Did I?
Some would say a lucky get.
Hugo and Ernesto now confirm each other's appearance in the library.
I should not be surprised by my own skills.
Hugo, Ernesto, and Jackie support each other's versions of the events. Someone else must be responsible, surely. Unless it was planned. You know, I'll cover you, you cover me, you go do the deed. Archibald that we gotta talk to. Archie!
Can you confirm seeing Monsieur Demire in the hall this evening?
Zachariah, yes. I was on my way with a bottle of whiskey to the Major. He shouted a rather ignorable greeting to me and asked for directions to the bathroom.
I presume you showed him the way?
Aye, detective. I showed him to the hall bathroom. I didn't think it was wise to attempt the stairs, not in that state.
So did someone stop him from going to the room? No, because he would have eventually gone to the room anyway. What else do we need to talk to?
This will not get me any... What a revelation!
Archie confirms Zach's movements out of the salon, however brief.
Magnifique.
Gideon, Zach, and Marge were all in the salon, at least for some time altogether. Surely someone else is to blame. Even with some minute differences in stories, the guests all confirm each other's alibis. It is not the outcome I was expecting or perhaps hoping for. I mean, this kind of opens it up for the staff, right? Who's more absent? Not seen? That did not yield the result I desired. Perhaps a more direct approach concerning the potential motives will reveal more. Oh my god, I have to talk to all the same people again.
You came to the right place.
What'd you know of the victim?
I know that he was not the good and honest man he liked to think he was.
Agreed.
In what sense?
If you spoke to him for longer than 5 minutes, you'd know. I've met people in dark alleys I trust before him.
Agreed.
And on the occasions when you did speak with him, what was discussed?
I'm sorry, Poirot. If you're looking for a deep-seated secret between me and him, you're going to be disappointed.
Jackie is wise to the nature of this question. She knows exactly what and what not to say. This nut may be hard to crack than first expected. As you were previously speaking with him, I assume you know Monsieur Beckers as well then.
That man has got some real anger issues. I get why he's frustrated. He's trying his best for the workers, but holding on to rage like that, something's gonna burst.
A man suppressing his anger and murdered by the most immature detective could see a connection.
You have been most helpful. I request you do not go too far. Merci.
Okay, no chains yet.
I am all yours, detective.
Did you ever speak to the Major about how he treated Madame Van der Bosch?
Why would I actively choose to speak to that wretched man?
God, no one liked this guy. They probably all tried to kill him.
You were quite adamant of your protection of Madame. If he was as awful as you portrayed him to be, there must have been some words spoken, or perhaps written?
He was quite aware of how I felt towards him, and the lengths he has gone to remain close to the family. That is all that needs to be said.
I must admit, I would not want to be on the receiving end of your tongue's wrath, Countess.
Wise thinking, detective. I imagine she will have shed a tear for him, but she should not waste any more.
You don't think she would? Or you don't want her to?
Oh. I have made it quite clear what I think of that man, alive or dead. I would not want her to waste anything further on him.
I do not know who has the sharper tongue. Catherine? Or Marge? You have explained that the Major was trying to remain close to the family, but not why.
He was a disgusting leech that was driven only by money and power, like most men.
I can assure you not all men are concerned with such egotistical wealth.
That may be, but they are few and far between. I believe you are a special case, Detective Poirot.
I hope not.
It is not the first time I have been described in such a way.
Embrace the compliment, Detective. You have set yourself apart from the horrid crétins that seem to somehow make their way into positions of authority and power.
And that is what the Major was doing? Using Madame Van den Bosch as his ladder to the top?
You are finally seeing the man he was. A weak and self-indulgent social climber.
Comtesse has certainly opened my eyes to the Major's true ambitions. Really? Because we saw that like 10 chapters ago. This is only like chapter 4. I wonder if Madame herself is aware of his greed and hunger.
Merci, Countess. If I have any further questions, I shall be sure to come and find you.
No connections yet.
No trouble at all. How can I help?
With the joining of your two families and the Major being around so much, I assume you knew him well.
I knew of him more than actually knowing him myself. In the past, he made his feelings towards my brother and I quite clear.
And that was not in a positive way.
I certainly wouldn't call trying to get Angeline to postpone the engagement positive.
I spoke with your brother earlier. He was certainly enjoying himself.
What do you mean?
I do not mean to pry, only I imagine the whole room was aware of his celebrating with a bottle.
You must be mistaken. Neither my brother nor I drink.
You do not know how he could not notice the state his brother was in. Perhaps one does not see what one does not want to believe. True, but how is your relationship with your brother?
We aren't the closest, but what brothers are?
We're sure they're related, right? And not misunderstanding something?
I would argue that many are.
We've lived very different lives. Our priorities are different. He does not see things the way I do. There isn't much more to say.
There's clearly more to uncover here. I shall return to the matter when I have the fuel that is required to get the answers. I'd like to ask you about your work with the Union.
I have lent my voice to some discussions. I have tried to facilitate meetings. Just positive support.
Does that positive support include sending letters to those on the opposing side?
Detective Poirot, I'm not sure what you think I have done.
Monsieur, a letter has been found threatening the Major of what might happen if he does not act promptly, and now he has wound up dead.
You think my sending him a letter, warning him not to get involved, means I murdered him?
At this time, it is certainly reason for me to be suspicious.
I have been funding the strikes, Detective. These men deserve fair treatment, and a wage that fits the hard work they undertake every single day.
That's fair.
The Major didn't see that. All he cared about was the money for his services, and that is all I care to discuss.
It appears Methuselah was at least ran with noble intentions, but still hasn't talked more about the Major's association.
If you would be so kind as to stay here, I may require your help further.
No chains yet.
More questions? I suppose so.
Can you tell me more about your relationship with the deceased?
Felix, I didn't know him that well. We spoke a handful of times. I met him through Cassandra. I thought him to be rather pompous.
But you remained polite, as any gentleman would.
Of course.
The negative opinion of the Major is rather ambiguous. I am yet to meet someone with particularly positive view of him. Why don't you tell me more about your relationship?
What is there to say? She's a remarkable woman, and I admire her. Even after Edwin's death, she held herself with such poise.
She's also a bitch, but okay.
It sounds as though you hold her in the highest regard.
And why shouldn't I? Women these days could take a leaf out of her book on how to present themselves.
You said you had talked with the Major a few times. About what exactly?
He had approached me about doing some business together. I like to know who I'm getting into bed with first.
And you both went ahead with your business venture.
Not so much a business venture, more security related. But there is no need to discuss that any further.
Is there something you wish to remain hidden about your partnership, monsieur?
It was far from a partnership. I hired him to run security at my factories. If the workers were going to get violent, I wanted to make sure I was ready to protect my property.
Both you and the Major have been very supportive of Madame Van Den Bosch's over the years, n'est-ce pas?
That is correct.
And the reason for your support was always of a purely platonic nature.
If you're trying to insinuate that I was expecting something in return, you can remove your head from the gutter.
I meant no offense. I'm only trying to understand the dynamic of your relationship.
I may need to approach this in a different manner. Perhaps I should speak with the Countess on this.
Merci for your cooperation.
Anything yet? No chains. Oh my god.
Whatever you require, Detective.
How do you know the victim?
I know that I don't think, or didn't think, a great deal of him. I'm just sorry I didn't get the chance to tell him what I thought.
The man has recently been murdered.
Someone must stand up to men like him, with their crooked dealings and lack of, well, any compassion at all.
Another rousing speech, monsieur.
It's the truth. If you knew what I know, maybe he wouldn't be dead, but behind bars instead.
Your connection to the family is through Monsieur Demir.
Yes, Gideon invited me. If you will recall from our previous conversation, we have been working together and he thought now would be a good time to discuss matters.
To discuss business at the celebration of his engagement?
We're all here, so what better time? He thought Da Silva might even let his guard down, if he was in a more jubilant mood. It would be wise to not continue to ignore us any longer.
And what business was it that was so urgent?
We're trying to resolve the worker strikes. It has gone on long enough. Now is the time for him to listen to our demands so we can put an end to it all. Put the violence and upset behind us.
You seem to hold a certain level of, shall we say, anger towards the Major.
Anger, yes, but that's all. I wouldn't kill a man.
You must see why this leads me to have suspicions.
You can't honestly think I did it. I am a man of peace. I make changes with words, not with violence.
I barely mentioned the Major, and Monsieur Beckers became rather flustered and defensive. So, what are the plans for negotiation with Monsieur de Silva?
I am fighting for the basic rights of our workers, nothing more. If he can't see that, he is a lesser man than I already thought.
So I learned out of this time period, or at least on the American side of things, that 40-hour work weeks actually became a thing from this kind of stuff. Like, no more, no less, but like before that, people did not work 40 hours. People worked like 20, 30 hours, and that was normal. And then weekends became a thing.
And where does Monsieur Gédéon fit into the negotiations? And his brother?
His brother? I didn't even know he had a brother until I arrived here. Gideon certainly hasn't talked much about him. I get the sense there's not much love lost between them.
When was the last time you saw the Major?
Last I saw, he was outside having a cigar.
Oui, I spoke with him myself, but that was some time ago.
He does love a cigar. You'd have to stand out in those conditions. I could barely see him through the snow.
Merci, Monsieur Beckers. It has been a most enlightening conversation.
Well, we finally got something. Maybe his frustration.
Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of genius.
Hugo claims to have calmed down since his argument with the Major, but Jackie disputed this. So I gotta talk to Zach. Talk to Marge. Jackie.
I'm an open book, Poirot.
Did you speak of the Major this evening?
Why would I? I've got nothing to say to him, except maybe to keep his hands off what is ours.
What is yours that he could want?
Money, of course. Why do you think he has been suckling at the Van den Bosch teat for so long? He's bled them dry, and now they will all do the same to our money.
Our?
My father's, Gideon's, it's all the same.
I get the sense that you and Monsieur Gideon are not the closest.
When you have not been on level playing fields for years, it's hard to have a fair game.
I am afraid I do not quite understand.
If we're playing golf, he has a full set of clubs and a caddy in the form of my father, and I have the old split putter. Make sense now?
Perfectly.
There's certainly some hostility towards his brother. This runs much deeper than brotherly rivalry. Does he like the woman? Relationship with your brother, it seems to be everyone has an opinion.
That doesn't surprise me, and yet no one actually asks.
I am asking now.
I should have expected that, shouldn't I? What is there to say? We used to be close, but not so much anymore.
I would find it very helpful if you could at least elaborate on your relationship.
He went to school, got an education, and was the apple of our father's eye. I went to war. See the difference now.
Zir has again mentioned his time in the war. While I do not mean to belittle his efforts for his country, it seems as though he has not been able to leave that life behind on the battlefield, which is not uncommon. What do you know about your brother's work with the Union?
If you want to know about Gideon's part in the Union, why don't you ask him?
So, you are aware of his support for them?
Yes, well, he...
Oui, monsieur?
It'd be best to just ask him.
Monsieur either does not know much of what his brother does, or he's protecting him rather coyly.
I think that is all for now. Merci for your time.
And we got a chain from that, so let's see what we got.
I cannot see the logic in this. Perhaps a second look at the evidence in front of me.
Let's go talk to Gideon.
The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
He claims not to be close to his brother, but still seeks to withhold information about him. That's fair. I had 2 on Jackie, so let's do Jackie first.
You came to the right place. What do you need?
You seem to know a great deal about everyone. Can you tell me about Monsieur de Silva and Madame Van Den Bosch?
If you think you can use me as some sort of gossip machine, you are sorely mistaken.
No, I'm trying to use you as a source. There's a difference.
I can assure you it is not a case of gossiping. At this point, everything may be relevant to my investigation.
So I would be helping you potentially solve a crime? You should have said that off the bat. To say he's smitten is an understatement. I reckon he's been wanting her for years.
I see. Madame does not feel the same?
Doesn't look like it. If she did, she would have said something about it, right?
What are your thoughts on the Comtesse? I'd appreciate your opinion on her.
I don't know if you really would. She's got a mouth the size of Texas, except when it comes to truths about her. She wants everyone to think that she's the savior of these girls at the shelter. But there's a side to her I don't think anyone gets to see.
And what side is that?
One that she is keeping tucked away under her very expensive dress.
You think she's pregnant? I can only see the work of the women's shelter as positive, even if the records came from the selfish place. The work they do cannot be scoffed at. Are we talking bruises or are we talking pregnancy? When I think dress, I think, you're hiding something.
You have been most helpful. I request you do not go too far. Merci.
I mean, she could have been raped. I'm questioning it all. Do we get anything out of that? Nope.
I am all yours, detective.
What of Madame Van Den Bosch and Monsieur de Silva's relationship?
What of it?
Do you believe there was something more to their friendship?
As I have said, detective, I am not one to gossip.
I would not even consider your name and that word in the same sentence.
Because it is not gossip when it's the truth.
I'm not sure that's exactly correct, but the Countess has made a bold attempt to justify her wagging her tongue.
Why else do you think he would stay around for so long? Yes, he was a friend and partner to the Viscount, but it is plain to see it is Cassandra's partnership he longs for.
Okay.
Countess, you gave me the impression the Major and the Madame were close, but there were times where he acted rather aggressively to her, n'est-ce pas?
I am sorry, detective, but I did not mean to give you such an impression.
Maury built a rapport with the Comtesse. Some may even say in a flirtatious manner. Perhaps if I continue to charm her, she will reveal the information I require. Okay, I can't flirt. So I hope these are These are good. Okay, let's see. I'm going more with flattery. So it's obvious I, who am mistaken, a fine woman of your stature, would not purposely lead a young man astray.
Ever the charmer, detective. I would talk more on it, but I'm afraid Cassandra would think I am talking about her behind her back.
Comtesse has something more to say, but she still holds back. Something tells me it's more to do with receiving attention. Perhaps I can use that in my advantage. Like she wants the attention, or wait, how does he mean that? I feel like this one sounds better already. You obviously care a great deal about Madame Dan Bosch is assisting me. I'll clear her of any wrongdoing. That is what you want for her, isn't it?
It is not often I am swayed so easily. I applaud you on your willingness and persistence. From day one, I was wary of his intentions. And it was not long before he showed his true colors. If it is a tear she sheds, it should be one of joy that he is out of her life.
I understand your feelings towards the Major, but perhaps there was...
He was a bully. He took his shortcomings out on her, and she sat there and accepted it. I know perhaps now she will be able to see the man he truly was. Karma will always catch up to you.
Merci, Countess. If I have any further questions, I shall be sure to come and find you.
Okay, got a link from that.
Things are beginning to become clearer.
Perhaps Ernesto had hidden his secret love well. We can use this to our advantage. I gotta go talk to Ernesto. I also have to talk to Gideon, so...
No trouble at all. How can I help?
I'd like to talk more about your brother.
I believe there are more important matters at hand than talking about my brother and I's relationship, or lack thereof.
The murderer is in his house, and by holding back information that may help my investigation, you only make me suspicious of your involvement.
Ooh.
Monsieur Demir, if you continue to withhold information, I can only assume you are hiding something, and must treat you as a prime suspect in the Major's murder.
I have nothing to hide. If you must know, we have not been on the best terms for years now. As I said, we are different people. He does not see the importance of planning for the future, and as much as my parents tried, they could not make him see that. I suppose that is why he sees me as their favorite.
He still believes that now?
I assume so. We barely talk anymore. I was hoping we would be able to sit down and talk and leave the past behind. But this evening has not panned out that way.
If you would be so kind as to stay here, I may require your help further.
I did make a link, though.
Another success.
The brothers are suspicious individually, but I cannot see them working together.
More questions? I suppose so.
Apologies for the insistent questions on the subject, but you and Madame Van Den Bosch...
Mademoiselle Conrad was quick to talk of your hidden feelings towards her. Perhaps only hidden to Madame Van Den Bosch herself.
What has this got to do with the Major's death? Does Cassandra know you have spoken to others about this? I have only tried to help her.
I'm merely asking the question. There's no reason to panic. It would greatly help me if you would answer honestly. Or, I am not accusing you of anything, but if you continue to avoid the question, I may think there is in fact something you're hiding.
There may be some feelings there, but Madame Van Den Bosch does not know of them, and I trust that it will remain that way.
Merci for your...
Had my own opinions of the Major, one that is wiser kept to myself, but I did not expect so many like-minded thinkers. I think I should think further on what I have heard in my quarters. I gotta talk to Archie again. Sup, Archie?
My time with the guests is complete. For tonight, at least.
Do you know who killed Major Hagen?
I am afraid it is not as simple as that. There are many steps that lead to the truth. I must think on everything I have heard this evening and dissect the truths from the lies. Merci for your assistance this evening. Au revoir.
I came here expecting to solve a case of blackmail, to relieve the family of a burden that was weighed upon them and overshadowed a joyous celebration. And now, instead, it's a murder. I've never been to an engagement celebration where death had taken center stage before. It seems to happen often. Although the guests' alibis confirm each other's, I still cannot rule out the possibility of one of them being involved in the Major's death. The relationships between some of the guests and the Major are more than rocky. Dislike towards him is plentiful, but enough to drive someone to murder? This is now the perfect opportunity to think about everything I've heard today. 5? Holy crap. I have all the information in Yama. Is compile it together and now find a more probable culprit.
Another success. I never doubted.
The letter she sent protecting Cassandra was threatening indeed, and Jackie seems unable to determine her secret.
Things are beginning to become clearer.
When I first overheard their conversation, it seemed Hugo was trying to get Jackie to listen. I mean, he threatened the Major.
I must take a different approach if I... Order and method. That is...
I know, but they...
The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
His history with the Major combined with threats of his well-being definitely show intent. Feel like I'm missing something. Oh, maybe?
I must act on thought and...
I was going with the fact that the Major didn't really care for the negotiations. That's not it.
Come, my little grey cells.
Maybe their disdain is over the negotiations?
I cannot see the logic in this.
No.
Is there something... Magnifique.
Blinded by both love and greed, he may have struck down his opposition. Yeah, fair enough.
I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
All the guests have at least one guest to confirm their alibis. Yes, but we're not interviewing the staff. Like, who's accounting for Archibald? And also, we didn't even talk about the women. Who could that be at this time?
Entrez.
Detective, I'm sorry I did not join you in the salon as requested.
Please, mademoiselle. There is no need to apologize.
I was with Maman in her room. She would not allow anyone to see it, but I could see she was terribly upset.
Most understandable.
Do you have any suspicions as to who could have killed him?
Her dress is so pretty to me. Like, I'd want to wear something like that. Different color, but that style.
I'm afraid my suspicions extended across all of the party's guests. While it seems as though their alibis all corroborate one another's, the disdain and hostility towards the Major makes them rife with motive.
It's either multiple or the people that we didn't interview.
I know there was some bad blood between the Major and some of the guests, but not enough to kill him, surely. She may seem tough on the exterior, but she's really quite kind when you get to know her.
The Countess? She is a formidable force I would not want to come up against.
Don't be silly, Detective. She wouldn't hurt a soul. Jacqueline, I mean.
Mademoiselle Conrad? She was in fact the least suspicious until now.
I assume that's who you were talking about, Detective, after what happened between them.
Oh, juicy.
That is a story I have yet to hear.
She must have told you about the piece she was writing on us, about Gideon's work and our marriage.
Somehow, that was the only thing she did not mention.
That's strange. I thought that is what she would have started the conversation with. Well, she had come to the house to interview me, and when I entered the library, she was there with Felix amid a rather heated conversation.
Do you know what this conversation regarded?
I'm afraid not, but Felix was quite enraged. He picked up an envelope from the table and stormed out, slamming the door behind him.
And Mademoiselle Conrad?
She was equally heated in the moment. She had a few choice words for him that I wouldn't care to repeat.
How is Madame feeling now?
Better, thank you, Detective. She's resting in her room. It is the best place for her.
And you, Mademoiselle?
I'm not quite sure. It is a rather surreal feeling. I did not think I would miss him like I do.
It is understandable. He has been a close friend to your maman for many years.
And to me, Detective. We had grown close. After Father's passing, he was always there for me. And now, he's gone as well.
Glad to hear he was good to you, but he was a prick.
You must try and not think on it like that.
It is easier said than done, Detective.
I have no doubt, but you can be assured the culprit will not remain at large for long. You have my word.
If you were in my position, Mademoiselle, who would be at the top of your suspect list?
I'm sorry, but I just can't imagine any of them committing such a heinous crime.
It can often be hard to look past one's personal feelings for someone and see their flaws.
It's not that, Detective. It's just they have known each other for years. Why would any of them act now?
I was under the impression the Major had merely a business relationship with some of the guests.
That's true. But those invited know each other. Some of them for years. They may not seem like it, but some are even friends. I should return to my room now, Detective. It has been a trying day for us all.
Oui, mademoiselle. I am afraid tomorrow may bear a resemblance, but I will not stop until I have found his killer.
I am certainly glad you are here, Detective.
When and where a detective is required, that is where I shall be. Bonne nuit, mademoiselle.
Mademoiselle has left me with an interesting thought, one I had not considered until now. Well, at first glance, the guests do not appear to show much fondness for each other. Mademoiselle is quite sure that is not the case. Perhaps I must consider looking at the guests together, not individually. I already think I did this window, but now that I know there's that achievement... Or not. Apparently there's nothing in my room. Okay, there's one link.
Order and method. That is... I must take a different approach if I am... I must act on thought and fact. Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of genius.
It's not where I thought this was going. Doubt Jackie's involvement with the murder, but I am now dubious of her innocence.
What a revelation!
I have all the motives from the guest who is under suspicion.
I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
I do not know who I can trust or whose stories I can believe. Are the guests innocent?
The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
We getting back to the point that I had of that maybe multiple of them work together to do so. No doubt how trustworthy their stories may be. They may well be covering for each other. God. I should be a detective. I am solving things like 10 times faster in my brain. Just skipping steps. There's no physical way for one of the guests could have killed the Major and returned to the party, unless that is where I'm mistaken. It is not one guilty party I should be looking for, rather multiple. How could I have not considered the Major's death was part of a ploy created and executed by more than only one guest? I don't know, but clearly I did. It came almost as an epiphany following Mademoiselle Angeline's remark about the guest's shared past. Perhaps Mademoiselle will become the trusted ally I now sense may be essential to catching the guilty parties. Tonight's questioning was only the beginning. I will allow my suspects to sleep on their stories, and we will see how they fare tomorrow. Perhaps one of those involved will have morals enough to show a glimmer of regret. Considering they may be working together, I cannot be sure who has told the truth and who has attempted to sell me down the I don't even know. Perhaps I should sleep on the matter. A good night's rest of sleep will surely bring a new dawn to thinking. And what a better setting to do so that in a peaceful falling blanket of snow that surrounds us all. Although it seems not everyone has the same idea. Someone's out there in the storm. They held themselves like a man. Chapter 5. The Secret. A restless sleep combined with the image of the eerie figure in the snow has only convoluted what my low gray cells must consider. I should not have expected this to be a simple case. I have been lied to by at least one of the guests. Their alibis all confirm each other's, but I know this is not to be true. How the Major was involved with the blackmail eludes me for now. Once I have confirmed whether he was the author or the recipient, I can consider my next step in my investigation.
Good morning, Detective. You slept well?
I'm afraid I did not. I was hoping for at least a moment of pleasant slumber, but alas, it was not to be. Finding the Major's killer is the only thing that will put my mind at ease.
In that case, Detective, what can I do to help?
While watching the snow fall last night, I swear I saw the silhouette of a figure standing in the garden.
In that snow? If someone was out there, we'd have another body on our hands.
I realize how strange it sounds. I would not believe it myself if I had not seen it with my own eyes.
Staff have reported seeing things in the dark before, but it always just turns out to be shadows. It was likely just your mind playing tricks.
I did not see Mademoiselle Elizabeth last night.
I'm afraid our Lizzie is not well. I think the events of yesterday were too much for her. We'll have to just make do without her this morning.
As Wordsworth once stated, rest and be thankful. Perhaps a chance of peace and relaxation will work wonders.
I'd like to also speak with Mademoiselle Van den Bosch at the earliest convenience.
She is currently eating breakfast alone in the dining room. It's how she prefers it. But if you wish to speak with her now...
It is important I speak with her, but perhaps it is best to allow her to finish. I do not wish to upset her before I have even asked my first question. I could perhaps investigate the garden for any evidence of a figure from last night. Anything that snow is going to be long gone now.
I would, but I'm afraid I found this morning that the telephone lines aren't working. The snow continued through the night and must have damaged them. Even if we could use the telephone, I don't think anyone would be able to reach us.
In that case, it will be up to myself alone to solve the case.
I'll let you know if anything changes. But until some of the snow clears, enough for the carriages to arrive, we are snowed in.
Although I'm not able to call upon or leave the house, I find help from the local authorities. It also means none of the guests are able to leave. I have until the snow clears to find not only Mademoiselle Angeline's blackmailer, but also the Major's killer. The Major's
Taken care of. Master Demir and his brother, after sobering up, helped me move him into the cellar. Best place for the time being.
Très bien. I imagine there is no reason for anyone to go down there.
Besides me, no one. Once this snow clears, we will be able to move him from the house.
Your assistance has been most valuable as always.
Good morning, Detective. I hope you were comfortable last night.
She needs to change her outfit. It's a different day, girl.
Bonjour, mademoiselle.
So do I.
The room was more than pleasant, merci. I'm afraid my mind was not in a state to enjoy it to its full potential, though.
I can't imagine any of us slept soundly last night.
Or changed her outfit.
Hopefully, guilt will be weighing heavily on someone's shoulders this morning.
Perhaps on more than one side.
I'm sorry if I was not much help last night, Detective.
On the contrary, your inside knowledge of the guests was of great help to my investigation. But there are many more questions that require answers.
What are your feelings towards the Major's position in the house?
His position? You mean about him living here?
Oui, even in a house this size, you must see a lot of each other.
I enjoyed having him here. When I was away with Gideon, it was comforting to know Maman was not alone. Although his work with Mr. Da Silva has kept him away from the house of late.
What can you tell me about their relationship, working or otherwise?
There is not much to tell, only that there is no love lost between them.
You know what their business entailed?
He was always quite private about his work. I know that he was helping Mr. Da Silva with some safety matters.
I found a check addressed to the Major from Monsieur Da Silva. It noted security consulting.
Ah, that's right, security. With his military training, he helped Mr. Da Silva prepare for any trouble with the strikes.
Although the Major's death has taken precedence, there has been a development in the blackmail case.
A development? Oh, Detective, I knew I could count on you.
It may not be the news you had wished for, though. Another letter has been found.
Addressed to me? I don't know how much more I can take of this.
Pardonnez-moi, mademoiselle. Although it has been written in the same manner, using similar phraseology, it was not sent for your eyes, rather the Major's. Or at least that is how it seems.
I'm sorry, Detective, I don't understand. It is addressed to him or not?
I found it in the Major's study yesterday while conducting my preliminary search. Whether he is the author of the letter or the recipient, I am still yet to discover.
Could the Major have been behind the blackmail?
Heavens no. He could not do that.
You did not hesitate for a moment.
Why would he do such a thing? And then to send a letter to himself. It just doesn't make sense.
Merci for your time, mademoiselle. You are to a detective what an umbrella is to a traveler on a wet day.
That's one way to say it.
Useful?
Gendig.
Exactement.
We do have a link, though. You talk to Cassandra, which we're not there yet. You talk to go into the garden.
Things are beginning to become clearer.
One cannot be surprised with Angeline and Felix's bond. He's been a figure in her life for so long. I must speak with Madame Van der Bosch. I should take this opportunity to talk to Mademoiselle Rehenna in the kitchen.
Oh.
Collection of art extends further than just paintings. Window!
Huh. Huh.
Of course, it all says the same thing, but you know.
Hmm. Aha.
Scoping out my surroundings first.
Bonjour, madame. You must be the wonderful cook.
Wonderful and modest, sir. I am Rihanna.
My taste buds thank you for the ravishing meal last night. It has been some time since I ate so well.
Glad to hear it, sir.
S'il te plaît, madame. A detective is fine.
In that case, mademoiselle is fine for me, and I will ignore your presumption of marriage.
Oh?
Très bon, mademoiselle.
I've met all the characters in the game. You've been with the Van den Bosch family for quite some time.
That's right. I've seen staff come and go, but a house always needs a trustworthy cook.
I agree. But if I was to eat what you prepare every day, I fear I may be the size of La Maison.
Not a bad thing, detective. You could do with some meat on your bones.
Well, with the snow still not clearing, we may be stuck here for the weekend. Perhaps I should look to adjust my pantalon buttons.
Understand you took some ice to the major yesterday.
I did. Monsieur Archie told me what had happened. Bruises can swell fast, so I took him some ice to bring it down.
Strange. Monsieur Sterling told me it was the major that requested the ice.
How was the major when you saw him?
Grumpy, as always.
I suppose one would not take kindly to being punched as he was.
Punched or not, he was as ungrateful as ever.
I shall not keep you any longer. Merci, mademoiselle. Bonjour, Monsieur Damir.
Detective Poirot, how are you?
The truth, monsieur. With each step towards uncovering the blackmailer, I am thrown 2 steps back as to the identity of the Major's killer.
Is there something I can help you with?
A After investigating the crime scene yesterday, I asked Monsieur Sterling to move the body.
Archibald came to me and asked for my help in the matter. My brother and I dealt with it.
Merci for your help. It is a job that only the professionals should have to undertake.
It's a job that had to be done, although it may have affected my brother more than I.
How so?
At the sight of the body, the color drained from his face. Once we had reached the cellar, Zachariah took himself straight off to bed, without even a good night.
I mean, he's seen war. It might be reminding him of having to do the same with other people. That's not necessarily suspicious. Well, in the study, I noticed that the major safe was locked. Would you know who has access?
Felix and Madame van den Bosch are the only ones with keys, as far as I'm aware. Oh, and Archibald. I'm sure I heard Felix asking him to return something to it once.
Wonder why Monsieur Sterling did not mention this previously. Have you spoken with your brother this morning?
I have not seen him since last night. I'm sure he will have been fine after a good night's sleep.
See, the one problem is when you have co-conspirators, eventually one gets paranoid and kills the other. So we might have a second body coming up. I imagine the alcohol would have acted as an efficient sleeping aid.
He does not need his younger brother checking in on him.
Perhaps that is exactly what he requires.
I'm not sure what he told you yesterday, Detective, but he's a big boy. He can look after himself.
I worry that may not be the case, monsieur. His time in the war came up in conversation more than once during our conversations.
Oh, it's gonna look like a suicide, too.
He's still talking about it. I thought talking to the doctor would have stopped all of that.
Merci, monsieur. Comtesse, I wonder if I could ask you some questions.
That is it, detective? No small talk? No inflating of one's ego?
I am afraid not, Comtesse. With the murderer still loose in the house, my mind is rather preoccupied.
Well then, detective, perhaps I can be of some assistance.
Comment, madame?
I thought you might like to know what I found on the Major's body.
I demand to know who gave you permission to see the Major's body.
That certainly piqued your interest.
A man has been murdered, and you find it acceptable to fool around and joke.
Oh, please, detective. Do you really think so little of me? Archibald asked for my assistance. He knows of my medical training from my days as a nurse, and I thought I would be able to help. Even if it has been some years.
It was not his place to grant you access to the body.
I shall remember to keep my assistance to myself next time.
What did you discover?
A single stab wound, which you no doubt already knew. The knife was held in their right hand. I would say their predominant hand.
I pride myself on order and method, and this is far from either. A suspect in a murder investigation has examined the very victim that they are suspected of killing. It is something out of a crime novel.
Judging by the depth of the wound, I would say there was no great force put into the strike. More a sign of defense than attack.
Oh, maybe the Major got angry and he's like, ah, right into it.
If I had to say what weapon was used, a small sharp knife or dagger.
This may confirm my suspicion of the Major's knife being used to kill him.
I understand it may be difficult for one to keep such information to yourself, but I ask you to try. Your involvement has already tainted my investigation.
You are welcome, detective.
When my superior officer hears of going on in this house, I will surely be seeing the green fields of the countryside once more. I must do all I can to redeem the reputation I have worked hard to build. Start with finding the killer.
S'il vous plaît, Comtesse. Keep this information to yourself.
It's funny because he eventually gets to a place where everyone's just like, I don't know, worships him, but he's still very early in his career.
Oh.
I don't think I can get behind it. Nope.
Oh.
Oh, wait, there is one there. Okay.
This will not get me any.
Well, that would make sense.
What a revelation!
I've heard of men returning physically from war, but their minds remain on the battlefield. I don't blame them. I have to talk to Gideon again. Go check the garden. I like that's limiting areas, so it's like less travel around. Holy crap. Finding evidence of the figure from last night will, on one hand, confirm I'm not seeing things as Monsieur Sterling suggests, but on the other hand, pose even more questions that must be answered. I mean, even footprints would be gone by now from last night. Unrealistic. Well made later with the insignia of a military regiment. The major must have dropped it. Dude, that thing would be buried. Also, I don't even have a coat.
Oh.
Oh, we will see too many birds in these conditions. I do like that they took the time to animate, like, smushing down the snow as I walk. The house is completely snowed in. It does not look like we shall be going anywhere anytime soon. Snow is still falling and I am hardly dressed for the occasion. Perhaps when Madame Van Den Bosch has finished her breakfast and is ready to answer my questions. That's it? Gideon, talk to Cassandra. Gideon's over here. Might as well get that one out of the way.
If it will help you, find.
Your brother was seeing a doctor?
When he returned from the war, he was a different man. Everything became about what he had seen.
See, that should have just continued the conversation we were having, but okay.
I cannot speak from experience, but I can only imagine the horrors he must have witnessed.
The first weeks he would wake in the night, screaming. I found him one night, cowering behind the desk in the study. And when I tried to help him out from beneath it, well, that was the first time I had ever feared for my life.
That is not why you two are no longer close?
And not at all, Detective. We were always very different in nature. While I had always wanted to follow an academic path, Zachariah was more of a free spirit. Or at least as free as our father and the laws would allow.
And yet, he ended up in the military. Quite the contrast.
Our father demanded that he at least try to do something with his life. And when some of his friends joined the army, he signed up with them. It wasn't long before he moved out from the family home after his return from the army. I always assumed that he had put the war and everything that came with it behind him and was moving on. But now I see that is far from the truth.
Before I get too far, just double checking. I don't need to draw a conclusion in order to come see you again. The breakfast spread looks nice. Just checking it real quick. Okay.
Bonjour, madame. May I offer my condolences for your loss?
Thank you, Detective, but they are not necessary. What can I do for you?
Okay.
I was hoping you would be prepared to answer some questions.
If I must.
Why would someone want to kill the Major?
I'm sure you're aware he was not the easiest man to get along with. His hot temper made him a number of foes.
A hot temper is reason enough to kill a man.
His mouth often acted before his brain. Perhaps someone had grown tired of dealing with it.
You suggested why someone might kill him, but do you believe... But who do you believe would do it?
Seeing as I heard Mr. Becker's in what I would describe as an unnecessarily loud exchange of words yesterday, he would be my first suspect.
You heard them yourself.
How could I not? The volume they were shouting at, I could hear them from the study in my room.
You did not think it fitting to tell me this yesterday?
I didn't think Felix was going to wind up dead and a murderer loose in my house. My apologies, Detective.
Although I must learn more of this argument, it is not Madame that I expect the answers to come from, rather Monsieur Becker's. He had a great deal of explaining to do. A letter was found in the Major's study.
I assume you are talking about the supposed blackmail letter.
Oui, madame. You know of it?
It arrived shortly after the first. Rather coincidental, if you ask me.
I'm not sure I understand what you're trying to say, madame.
He no doubt had secrets hidden away. But do you honestly think Felix had anything of value to his name worth threatening him for?
Perhaps you should enlighten me.
Well, he was here, living in my house, eating my food, prepared by my staff. Does that answer your question, Detective?
How do you think the Major came to have the letter?
I wouldn't put it past him to have written it himself, in the hopes of getting some sympathy from me.
And the other letters?
He probably wrote those too. If Angeline paid the first, that would have given him the money to pay the second letter. He is the White Knight, saves the day, and expects to live here happily ever after.
I did not expect Madame Van Den Bosch to be so blunt with her thoughts towards the Major. I was under the impression there was more to their friendship, not less. It's quite the nefarious plan that the Madam has laid out for the Major. I'm not sure I can believe he would go to such levels of deceit. I'm sure Mademoiselle Angeline will have an opinion on this matter. I'd like to ask you about Monsieur da Silva.
What is it you wish to know?
You two have been friends for some time now. And while I do not mean to pry, has your relationship only...
If you are trying to insinuate that Mr. De Silva and I are running around like schoolchildren, you could not be further from the truth. He was friends with my husband, for goodness sake.
I mean...
Oui, I understand they worked together. Investments, if I am correct.
Mr. De Silva was the voice of reason that my husband should have listened to more often, instead of throwing our money at businesses that were already on the verge of bankruptcy.
Merci, madame. I shall not bother you any further.
I've gathered all I need from Madame Van den Bosch and Mademoiselle Rihanna. I should return to the Great Hall. Kind of a weird statement unless something's gonna happen. Shell shock, okay. Is it the fact that they disagree?
Another success. I never doubted myself.
Angelina and Cassandra have different impressions of the Major. There must be reasons for this.
Is there something I can help you with, detective?
Your maman did not describe her friendship with the Major in such a positive light.
You have got the wrong end of the stick, detective. Maman has snapped at him recently, but it was nothing more than that. It was something to do with the letter. I heard them in the library before Maman shouted and he stormed out of the room past me.
Could it have been the blackmail letter that instigated their argument?
Why would Maman be upset with him over the letter?
Madame is of a very different opinion from yourself regarding his connection with the letters. She believes him to be the author.
That is what she told you? She has always been one to make a quick, if not rash decision, but she cannot truly believe that.
Was the Major aware you had paid the first blackmail letter?
I don't recall telling him directly. I did not want Maman to find out it had been paid. If he knew, surely she would.
Madame believes he may have been behind all the letters, and taking your payment of the first, then used it to pay the second and be the hero in you and your mother's eyes.
I never knew Maman had such an imagination. Where would she get a story like that from?
That is a question I was hoping you may be able to answer.
You have met him. Do you really think he's capable of such a devious plan?
Congrats, Heartless, on 3-episode streak. How are you doing? I've never seen the notification pop up like that, so that was it threw me off a little bit.
It is a plan only the most crooked and underhanded could create. Is that the Major? I am not so sure.
Makes me think to add that to the bingo going forward if Twitch is going to notify me when that happens. That's actually kind of cool. Not gonna lie. The more I think of Madame's story, the more ridiculous and obscure it sounds, but that does not mean it can be ruled out.
I shall not keep you any longer. Merci, mademoiselle.
Hold on. I gotta find a sound effect there. Let's see. We got. Do this one. There we go. I got that. I was about to say I could have done clapping, but I felt that was more of an appropriate thing. What do we got? Okay, so we got another. I mean, I feel like these are just connected to each other.
I must take a different approach if I am to...
Well, maybe?
This will not get me any closer.
Okay, hold on.
I must act on thought and...
I was going for the fact that maybe they're...
Some would say a lucky guess.
They're linked
I would say a moment of genius.
from the cost being the same, but okay. That was my next guess. Okay, so I wonder if the blackmail had a greater effect on the relationship than expected. Oh my god, now I have to go back to her. See, this is why we don't go far.
Is there something I can help you with?
Was the arrival of the blackmailer caused the tension in Mademoiselle and the Major's relationship?
I'm afraid it had been that way for some time. Maman is not forthcoming with her emotions, as I'm sure you are aware. But I could tell she had not been happy with their arrangement for the last few months.
What gave you that impression?
There was not one particular thing that she expressed. It was just the way she spoke to him and of him when he wasn't present.
I shall not keep you any longer. Merci, mademoiselle.
I believe I have gathered everything that is required. Mademoiselle Sterling will be a... Oh, sorry. Monsieur Sterling will be able to assist me in gaining access to the Major's study. Oh, Archie!
Whatever you need, Detective. Certainly,
Give me that study. The room is still a crime scene and should have remained untouched, but it looks as though it has been ransacked. Request Mr. Sterling to have the body wrapped and moved, which has been done, thankfully. What else has gone on in here? Someone's looking for something.
Oh.
I love how that basically just said the same thing I did. Taking the Major's documents, these accounts have been ruffled through. The Major has recently taken out a large loan, and the interest rate is astronomical. I should say our interest rates now. That was so bad.
Huh.
Addressed in the Major is no return address. I must admit, side by side, there is a striking resemblance between Mayor Philip. Perhaps such a flattery is the way to win over Madame Van Den Bosch. That's kind of weird that he would rip out the dad and... Who puts their hand on their child's neck like that? How strange that the child was also present in the picture but has been folded out. I did not think there was any hostility between the Major and the lady. Wasn't this locked last time? How strange, I could not access this yesterday, but now it has been left wide open. Scratches are obvious around the lock. Someone in this house was eager to see the safe's contents. A half-sealed letter addressed to Madame Van Bosch from the Major. I'm not one to read others' private mail, but under the circumstance... My dearest Cassandra, it feels as though it has been an age since I have been able to set my eyes on you. A day I have waited for so impatiently. I keep the photograph of us together at the lake close to my heart, always. I cannot wait to see how young Angeline has grown. Her beauty will surely soon reach that of her mother's. I hope the gifts from the Orient reach you fine. They are really something to behold. The work that has kept me away for so long is drawing to a close, and I will be returning to the continent within the month. At your request, I have found accommodation in the city. Oh, she said basically, don't come home? It pains me to think of being so close and yet unable to be with you every moment. But if it eases your worry, I shall not continue to question it. I will arrange for a visit to the house. An old friend returning will surely raise minimal suspicions. I understand that the Viscount is also currently out of the country. Oh! Well then. This explains things. I hope you have not felt the strain of loneliness take over. And it will not be long until we are reunited. Until that day, until the end of mine, my heart is yours, Major Felix Hagen. It seems there's a great deal of Madame Van Bosch in the Major's relationship. She is withheld. It is clear from the letter that their affection for one another has been more than that of a friendship for some time. The mention of young Angeline suggests that it may go back as far as 20 years. I mean, Dad was dead the last time we saw him, so it was prior to that. Let's see what we got. Anything here? Oh, we got some things here. Maybe.
Come, my little grey cells. We...
Maybe.
Is there something I am not...
Oh, come on. I get it. But how do you want me to tie this up for you? Oh, high interest rate, ransom... Oh. Yeah, that might...
I cannot see the logic in this. Perhaps as... Magnifique.
In all fairness, the high interest rates would probably made it even worse. The Major paid the letter that was addressed to him. He must have been worried enough that something would be released to the public, but what? I mean, could cross these.
Order and method. That...
Talk to Archie. Address the Major. I doubt it, but...
I must take a different approach if...
Yeah, let's not. Major must have spent some time putting his fingers and plans down onto paper, but why would he not send it?
Come, my little grey cells.
I mean, maybe there was too much heat on him. Okay.
Magnifique.
Of all the things we could connect, this is what works? Okay. Hand photos of them along with Angeline's attachment to him proves he cared deeply for them.
I cannot see the logic in this. This will not get me any closer to my goal.
He cared enough about them that he didn't do it.
Is there something I am not... I should not be surprised by my own...
I believe the Major would do everything to remain in comfortable life he's accustomed to, but would he stoop as low to fake a blackmail letter?
must act on thought and fact. What a revelation!
The evidence shows that the Major was not the author of the blackmail letter. Major was a victim just like Mademoiselle Angeline. Whoever it is penning those letters knows a great deal about many people. I wonder how many more have received similar letters. The uncertain connection between the Major and the ransom has been resolved. The Major was being blackmailed. The letters were not written by his hand. What remains unsolved is why the Major was being blackmailed. Two cases of extortion under one roof. The question of their relationship must be asked. The Major's secret is anything but obvious from his letter. I now have a blackmailer and a murderer and their weapon to find. If the correct process is followed, they shall be found swiftly. I shall take my leave. This room has already revealed enough new insight to the Madam's and Major's lives.
Detective Poirot, I have been asked to inform you that Lady Van den Bosch has returned to her room, and she wishes not to be disturbed.
Merci. Madame certainly has mastered the art of subtlety.
They may not be the exact words she used, but I'm sure you can imagine. Excuse me, I have some further duties to attend to in the pantry.
Perhaps I should take this opportunity to search the top floor now that no one's going to disturb me. There is one room that holds particular interest. I should inspect the storage room while I have this rare opportunity. Aha. So, the Major's room was...
Aha.
I just realized this is a whole different floor. Gotta look at those paintings. They're sharing a room and they're not even married yet? Scandalous.
Huh. Ah.
Admire all the paintings in the main hall. She doesn't want to be bothered.
Huh.
Collection of children's toys, such a shame to see them stored away and not being enjoyed. Considering they have been kept in the storage room, they are all in almost perfect condition. My immediate assumption would be they belong to Mademoiselle Angeline. Blah, blah, blah. Maybe she wants them for her own kids. Who knows?
Aha.
The time and skill it takes to build such a wonderful piece.
Oh.
A lone storybook rests here has obviously been read a great deal of times, judging by the condition of the spine and pages. Wow, you know, you could make this storage room so much nicer. I'm perhaps not the target of the demographic, but I understand it's quite popular amongst the younger audience. To a real lady of the house, happy birthday. Watching you grow into a proper young lady has been more than words can describe. All my love, Felix. Would not have expected to sign such a heartfelt message written by Monsieur Hagen and to Mademoiselle Angeline. Is this the usual inscription that you would find from a family friend? I cannot seem to get a straight answer from anyone regarding the Major. I know he has been friends with Mademoiselle Bosch for some years, but I must find out if there was anything more. Was her dad her dad? That's the only thing I can think of at this point.
Order and method. That... Is there something... I cannot see the logic in this. Perhaps... Some would say a lucky guess.
It seems the Major's lived rather comfortably in the... Yeah. That's not news! We've known that. I love when he puts something together and it's like, we've known that for 2 chapters now, buddy. Where have you been? Get this all up to date a little bit. It still lets me go to her bedroom.
Oh.
I feel like there might be an achievement for every fireplace.
Oh. Hmm.
So what happens if I talk to her right now?
Detective Poirot, what do you think you are doing in here?
I have something I wish to discuss with you.
Well, I hope it is important enough to justify barging into one's bedroom.
I assure you it is.
Good, because this has gone on far too long. We are snowed in this house while a murderer runs amok.
I can understand your frustrations, but it is not as simple as...
You were once an incompetent officer, and now it seems you are just as incompetent as a detective.
If I was not being lied to and misled at every turn, perhaps the murderer would already be in custody.
I hope you are not suggesting I had something to do with Felix's murder.
I am suggesting that if I had the support that everyone claims they are offering, we would be in a very different situation.
If you have something you want to ask, I suggest you ask me now.
I was not aware the Major had been so close with your daughter.
We met before Angeline was born, so he was often at the house when she was growing up.
Hmm?
And where was it you two met?
In the bedroom?
I was attending an event. Felix was also in attendance as a serving officer. A conversation was struck.
So it was not through the Viscount that you two met?
I did not require my husband to start conversations on my behalf.
Oh my god, just say it already. You had an affair. And Angeline is not technically your husband's dad.
It was you that instigated it then.
My, detective. That active imagination of yours has taken you on quite some journey.
Em is attempting to deflect from a subject she obviously does not feel comfortable discussing. The late Count and the Major were surely friends then.
Edwin spent much of his time away on business before Angeline was born. Felix was a welcome distraction from the loneliness of the house.
Mm-hmm.
You were alone in the house.
The staff continued their duties, of course, but trying to get any sort of sophisticated or cultured conversation from them was like drawing blood from a stone.
And when Angeline was born?
Edwin remained at home. It was his duty as a father.
And the Major?
He had his own business and life to tend to, but we remained in touch via letter. Around the time of Edwin's passing, Felix had relocated to the area.
Em is incredibly coy and brief with the information she offers, but with the Viscount's death coinciding with the Major's return, surely a mere coincidence is too far stretched. I'd like to ask you about the letter I found in the Major's
I'm
study.
sure he has hundreds of letters in there. Most of them could and should have been thrown away a long time ago. You are going to have to be more specific.
I refer to the letter addressed to you, the one of a romantic nature.
Romantic nature? Oh, please, detective. Felix did not have a romantic bone in his body.
He made his intentions quite clear in the letter. I must admit I myself was surprised.
You really do have quite the active imagination, detective. If that is how you wish to interpret it, so be it. But I can assure you, the Major did not think of me that way, and certainly did not include it in a letter.
Interesting.
I think that is all for now. Merci, madame.
Come, my little grey cells. I must take a different approach if I am to uncup. I must act on thought.
Oh my god. Like, I know the conclusion. How do I... There we go.
Another success. I never doubted myself.
It's obvious that the Major cared for Cassandra. That is no surprise to anyone. Oh, look, I've talked to her again.
Is this really necessary?
Yes. If you are correct and the Major had no romantic feelings towards you, why would he keep a photograph of you and Mademoiselle Angeline hidden?
He may have stayed in my home, but Felix was a grown man, detective. What he kept, hidden or otherwise, has nothing to do with me.
But it does not surprise you that he had such a photograph?
We have been friends, and he has been there for Angeline for many years, but you find it strange that he keeps a reminder of us? Perhaps that says more about you, detective.
What I do find strange is that if he did hold a flame for you, why he would never express it.
If he did, it was not reciprocated. I have not even considered another since my husband's passing. Not that it is any of your business.
I think that is all for now.
Perhaps it is time to speak with Mademoiselle Angeline again. She should be able to give us the valuable pieces of this puzzle. Oh, look, and she's right in front of us.
Detective Poirot, are you any closer to uncovering the truth of Felix's involvement with the letters?
I am, mademoiselle. I can confirm that he was not the author of the blackmail letters.
So the author is still out there.
And they know that he's probably... Your daddy ain't your daddy.
Oui, but it will not be long before they are apprehended, and the only letters they shall be penning will be from behind iron bars.
Your confidence is rather assuring. Thank you, Detective.
Comment about the current guest stayed with me last night.
I'm sorry, Detective. I did not intend to leave your mind so full of thoughts.
No apology is required. It actually made me question my whole chain of thinking. What if there had been a collusion between them, and the Major's murder was planned, organized, and orchestrated to make the investigation seem almost impossible?
Oh my, Detective, that is quite a theory.
Every guest has a motive. You confirmed that with the mention of Mademoiselle Conrad and the Major's fight. Supplying one another with a rock-solid alibi would surely throw off any detective.
But not you.
Correct, mademoiselle. It would take much more to stamp Detective Poirot.
While searching the storage room, I found a book that I assume was a gift from the Major to you.
I haven't seen that book in so long. Yes, it was a gift for my 10th birthday. I have read it from cover to cover countless times. He left such a lovely inscription too.
It sounds as though there is a side to the Major I did not get to see. Was it common for him to bring you gifts?
Not common, but if he had been away for some time, he would bring me a small memento from his travels. He hasn't done that in some time, though.
Toys that were with the book, were they also gifts from the Major?
They were. I'm afraid they may have gathered some dust being in the storage room for so long. I kept them in hope of giving them to my child when the time comes.
See, I called that one. I called it.
It sounds as though he had always cared about you.
His presence at the house was comforting for us both after Father died, even if sometimes he was a little too overprotective.
You spoke last night of the Major's support of your maman.
That's right. Ever since I can remember, Felix has been around.
It seems as though she has a number of support networks. The Major, her friendship with the Countess, not forgetting Monsieur da Silva.
Maman has many friends. I know how she may seem to most, but once you break the hard shell...
There is a further shell waiting to be broken.
Oh, very good, Detective.
Forgive me, mademoiselle. I only jest.
It's quite all right. You are not the only one that feels a razor tongue. She's grateful you are here, especially now, whether she shows it or not.
I am still yet to see this version of Madame that Mademoiselle Angeline speaks of. I'm not sure I will get my hopes up for a budding friendship. Speaking with the Comtesse yesterday, she did not have the greatest opinion of the Major.
They have often come to blows when it concerns Maman. They are both trying to protect her, but they themselves cannot seem to get along.
She spoke of his desire to join the, how do you describe it? Social elite.
This isn't the first time she has vocalized that concern. She thinks the Major was just using our family name to make his way to the top.
And you do not agree?
I will not deny he has shown interest in Maman's social circles, but they have been friends since even before I was born. Surely all those years of friendship was not just to raise his social standing.
Friendship. Mademoiselle Angeline obviously does not believe what the Comtesse had to say about the Major. Perhaps it is jealousy that drives her scandalous theory. If I may be so bold, did the Major contribute to the household?
How do you mean, Detective?
I imagine a house of this size is rather costly, keeping it in the immaculate condition it is in.
Maman looks after the financial side of the house, but I think she has had to ask him more than once for a contribution of sorts. It is not for me to get involved.
I shall not keep you any longer. Merci, mademoiselle.
Have everything that is needed to push Madame Van Den Bosch on her secret.
This will not get me any closer to my goal. Order and method. That is the way to... Things are beginning to become clearer.
As much as she tries to deny it, Cassandra shared the Major's feelings in some capacity. Gotta go back to see her now.
This will not get me any closer to my...
I feel like there should be something tied to him. Oh, what's this one over here? Madame kept the Major around. I mean, despite...
Come, my little grey cells.
Okay. This should not do anything.
I must take a different approach if I...
Oh my god.
The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
With the Viscount gone, the Major stepped up and acted as a fatherly figure to her. Yeah, I think we could definitely say it was probably more than that. I'd make a poll about it if it wasn't the fact that we are literally walking in the bedroom right now.
Is this really necessary?
Yes. Question why Cassandra has housed the Major for so long.
Who I allow in my house is none of your business. I do not have to explain anything to you.
I did not think you were one for charity.
I would not expect you to think much of anything. There is no need to talk on it any further, but I'm sure you will remember that, financially speaking, we have had our issues.
I have all the evidence I need to confront Madame Van Den Bosch. It is my approach to the questions I must consider. She will no doubt be defensive when pushed, but that may be the only way. She will not give up any information she does not want to easily. So I have to push her. Continue. Okay. Why is it you protect the name of Mr. Hagen so resolutely?
He was a man that required no protection, Detective. Especially from me.
That is the impression I had of him, which is why your defensive stance warrants questioning.
Your insistent questioning on such trivial matters are getting on my last nerve. There is a murderer and a blackmailer to be found. That is your job here.
Yeah, but as soon as you tell me that you and the Major had this baby, and now the blackmailer is writing the family to make a paycheck, I can figure out who knows the secret and get you the blackmailer. And more than likely the murder is a result. His declarations of love meant nothing to you then.
Your continued probing into something that does not exist is becoming quite tiresome.
Should have probably read the other one.
There is nothing I can tell you that will magically present what you are looking for, detective. I have grown weary of this conversation, Poirot.
Windbreaker!
There is nothing more to say.
Direct or forceful? There's something about your relationship, and you are obviously refusing to elaborate. The love letters, the housing. Continue to closely answer my questions in defense of nature. Suggest that there was a shared love between you. He said I had to push. My brain goes forceful is more pushy.
Madame, you continue to withhold the truth.
And you continue to get on my last nerve. I am not obliged to tell you every detail of my private life.
But when it impedes my investigation...
If only you were this focused on finding the blackmailer and...
Madame.
Very well. I did not lie about how we met. I was attending an event, raising money for... Oh, I cannot recall now. It had been some time since I had returned home, and was rather missing English soil. I was aware of Felix's invitation, or at least that there was to be several British officers attending the party, and that is where our friendship began. He was a warm reminder of home, and I enjoyed conversing with him. We shared walks in the park and read together. As I said, he was a welcome distraction from the days spent alone. I shall go no further with the details, but I will say, I had no intention on being unfaithful to my husband. It was never our plan to go that far. Once I found out I was pregnant, I knew it had to stop.
Why? Why am I so good at this?
The Viscount never questioned Mademoiselle's birth?
In his mind, he had no reason to, and he shouldn't have had to. It was my mistake to bear. If he knew the truth, our lives would have been ruined. I told Felix that he was to stay away, but he had no intention to. He became an uncle figure to Angeline, and they grew closer after Edwin's death. I could not tell her the truth. Too much time had passed. The secret remained only between him and I. Until now.
Well, the blackmailer knew.
And what were the Major's thoughts on revealing the truth?
He wanted to tell her everything. He wanted her to know exactly who he was. But I told him no. It would not have been the poignant reconciliation that he expected. She would not understand.
Can I assume this is the secret that has been used for the ransom?
It must be. But I have told no one.
Well, someone knew. Who'd you boinky boink talk to?
And the Major?
Felix promised me he wouldn't tell a soul, and I believed him, but even if he wanted to.
The Major had let slip even once through the years. Perhaps an intoxicated state. It is a secret that many would seek the opportunity to gain.
You did not think anyone knew, and that is why you disregarded the letter.
If you bow to these criminals, they will only try to claw more from you.
I mean, I agree. It's a blackmailer. You pay them money, they're gonna ask for more.
I tried to retrieve them from the safe after everyone had retired last night. But when I opened the safe, they were nowhere to be found. I assumed he must have hidden them somewhere else.
When I entered the study this morning, they were as visible as a red notice on a police station wall.
I would appreciate if you did not compare them to the face of a wanted felon.
Pardon, madame.
But that does mean someone else in the house has seen them. I don't understand. Why would they return them?
A mystery that is still yet to be solved.
M was being to the safe by another. It seems we also have a thief within these walls to add to the list of criminals, but a thief that returns their spoils.
I think that is all for now. Merci, madame.
The uncertain connection between the Major and the ransom has been resolved. The Major was being blackmailed. The letters were not written by his hand. What remains unsolved is why the Major was being blackmailed. 2 cases of extortion under one roof. The question of the relationship must be asked. The Major's secret is anything but obvious from his letter. I now have a blackmailer and a murderer and their weapon to find. If the correct process is followed, they shall be found swiftly. I feel like we already read a lot of this. I should take my leave. This room has already revealed enough insights to Madam's and Major's lives. I swear I just like replayed all of that. I had my suspicions that Madame Van Bosch and the Major shared a romantic relationship, but I did not expect the revelation of the connection. Really? Give me the detective job. I'll do it. Now one of very few that hold the Madame's secret. There's a lot here, but nothing. I love how this makes an arrow pointing this way. Why are you here?
Detective Poirot, how is your investigation coming?
Monsieur Sterling, I must admit, I have learned much more than I was expecting to.
You'll be wrapping the case up soon, then?
That's kind of shifty.
One has never finished learning, monsieur, and in this case, I shall need to continue if I am to find the Major's killer.
It might help to vocalize your thinking. I'm all ears.
Why do you want to know so bad, Archie? What'd you do? Nazir Sterling offers an interesting concept. If I was to state the current position of my investigation while holding back certain truths, the guilty parties may realize I'm hot on their heels and reveal their hand. So we're going to tell him everything?
Monsieur, would you gather the guests and staff in the salon?
Right away, detective. Can I ask for what reason?
I shall reveal all once everyone is together.
The search.
Detective, what is the meaning of all this?
Madame, I ask that you all lend me your ears for only a few moments. What I have to say is of great significance to everyone. You are all invited here to celebrate the engagement of Mademoiselle Angeline van den Bosch and Monsieur Gédéon Demire, the coming together of 2 prevalent families. But the celebrations were short-lived, as Major Felix Egan was found dead in his study by a young servant of the house. It then became my responsibility and obligation as a detective to uncover the truth behind his demise. My initial examination of his study exposed a number of things I did not expect to find. Things I have no desire to divulge at this time, but what I can say is this. It was no simple murder. A letter demanding ransom for a continued silence confirmed this. I am sure some, if not all of you, have heard whispers of a series of blackmails that have plagued the social elite in recent weeks. After hearing of the letters in the Major's study, you may ask if it was him behind the letters. You may further ask if he was preparing his next threat to another unsuspecting victim. It is a question that crossed even my mind. That was until I sought the truth. That in fact it was the Major that had fallen victim to our blackmailer Mystérieux. Last night I spoke with you all, confirmed your whereabouts in the house over the course of the evening, and while I would have expected such questioning to reveal a potential suspect, what I learned was that it could not have been one of you.
His mouth's not even moving.
What do you mean, not one of us? The man was stabbed. He hardly did that to himself. There is still a killer in the house.
Pardon, monsieur, if you would allow me to finish. It could not have been only one of you. Rather a partneria, a partnership, in cahoots, if you will. Conversations today have revealed facts that I was not expecting to discover. And although they may have muddied and complicated my investigation, what I must do to bring the guilty parties to justice has become clearer. Those of you that spun stories in an attempt to confuse and derail my investigation have made a grave mistake in underestimating my intelligence. Other detectives may fall for such deception, but I can assure you, Detective Poirot is no such fool. My investigation is far from over, and swift justice shall be dealt to those that have committed such appalling acts and have continued to mislead and lie to protect themselves. Now, I must continue mon enquête, and I shall leave you to consider that you may be beside a cold-hearted killer. Bonsoir. Monsieur Sterling, un moment.
Quite the speech, detective.
Merci, but it was not made to entertain, more to warn the guilty parties that I am hot on their heels, no matter how clever they believe themselves to be.
Well, if there is anything I can do.
If it was Nancy Drew, we're about to get killed again. I'd like to search the guests' bedrooms.
Is that really necessary?
Yeah, someone hid a murder weapon.
The murderer remains at large, and there is still no sign of the weapon. I would say that makes them essential.
Of course. I still just cannot imagine any of them being guilty of his murder.
It may be hard to imagine, but it is the truth.
When you returned to the study last night, did you notice anything different from our previous visit?
Nothing. But I was so preoccupied with the Major. Sorry, Detective. Should I have?
Perhaps it was just my mind playing games again.
Maybe one of the guests got lost and wandered in.
If a guest had taken a wrong turn, finding themselves in the Major's bedroom first, I am sure they would not have proceeded through the next door unless they were not lost at all. Who has access to the safe in the Major's study?
Master Hagen had a key, obviously, and Lady Vandenbosch.
Monsieur Demir was quite sure Archibald also had a copy of the key. It is not something one would easily forget. Regardless, access to the safe, you have seen its contents before?
When requested, aye. If something is required from there when Master Hagen is not around.
Forgive me. If he is not around, how is it you access this safe?
It's not what you think, Detective.
What I think is that you have been trusted with a copy of the key, and you have lied to me about it.
I only lied because of the trouble I can get into with Lady Vandenbosch.
At this moment, monsieur, you should be more worried about the trouble you shall find yourself in with the law.
I know how it will sound, but I lost my key. I must have set it down somewhere, and it has been tidied away. Master Hagen asked so rarely for me to go in the safe, I didn't think it would be missed.
Zir Sterling's story of his lost key strikes me as rather coincidental. The Major's safe is broken into, the documents ransacked, and letters involving Madame Vandenbosch's secret left out. Is it a crime with no apparent purpose? There is the matter regarding the Comtesse that we must discuss.
I should have said this morning. I'm sorry.
Monsieur, I am not quite sure you understand the severity of what has happened.
Yeah, you keep lying to me, Archie.
I am well aware, Detective. I just thought she would be able to help.
Would you allow a man with a smoking gun to remove his bullet from a victim's chest?
I suppose not.
Understand that Azir Sterling was only trying to help, but surely he must have seen what it could do for the integrity of my investigation.
I would like to begin my searches now. Since it is closest, I will start with the west wing.
I may not be back when you return. Here is the key to the other rooms. Please return it when you're done.
Merci. I shall guard it with my life.
First, let us pay the Comtesse a visit. Before I can accuse anyone of any crime, I must be sure if they were working alone or with another. This is the perfect opportunity to find evidence of any collusion and look for a murder weapon. Looking pretty sus, Archie.
Huh.
Just making sure.
Aha.
Should make myself known before I enter.
Entrez.
The Comtesse's room. It would be rude not to address her before searching her room.
Detective, what a pleasure. I did not expect to see you in my chambers.
No.
In a purely professional capacity, I can assure you.
Thank you.
There is no need to act so stiff, Detective.
Madame, after the revelation of your actions last night, I'm afraid my sense of humor is all but gone.
I will not apologize again for merely trying to help.
I saw you conversing with one of your young servants yesterday.
That would be Inga. She has been one of the most promising young women that has come from the shelter.
Madame Vandenbosch took in a young lady from your shelter.
There is no need to sound so surprised, Detective. She does have a heart.
I did not mean to sound so cruel. I just did not expect Madame to hire someone of that background after the incident with her previous maid, Florette.
People change, Detective. You should not judge someone on their past actions.
Believe me, Countess, I know that only too well.
Commend you on your dedication with the woman you help. It is most honorable.
Be careful, Detective. That almost sounded like a compliment.
It is your actions in this house that have been questionable, Madame. Your work outside is something that many more could take note of.
We do what we can.
Have you been able to find many of the girls from the shelter work?
We wouldn't be doing a very good job if I could only help one girl. I in fact found work for one of them as a maid in Monsieur da Silva's house recently.
Interesting.
She has fitted into Monsieur's home well.
What is better, Detective? That she remained in an abusive house, or she is able to rebuild her life with an honest wage in a prosperous house?
When put like that, is she happy in her position?
The happiest she has been in years. I check in with them all as often as possible. And if the...
Glad to hear the more girls are building a better future for themselves. And it is with help from the Comtesse has been able to have.
Merci, Madame. Ah.
I swear, there's gonna be a plant one as much as a Windows.
Aha.
I mean, she did express she was a nurse.
Hmm.
So, carrying a first aid kit is not unheard of.
Huh.
I carry one on travel.
Hmm.
Go ahead, detective.
Perhaps I was a little rash with my response to your examining of the Major's body.
A compliment and now an apology. Well, detective, you certainly have changed your tune.
There was something I was still unsure of. You mentioned that your training was some years ago.
From my days as a nurse, oui.
If that is so, why would you have brought several pieces of equipment usually found in a physician's bag?
I mean, it's bandages and like gauze. I mean,
One must always be prepared, detective.
Prepared? At an engagement celebration?
If I had not brought them, I would not have been able to assist you last night. Perhaps you should be thankful for my precaution and not so suspicious.
got a point. And had she not brought them at all, I would not have asked such a question.
Merci, madame.
The Everguard Jacqueline Conrad. At its time, I should question her on her conversation with the Major before searching her room.
Detective, what can I do for you?
Mademoiselle, I am sure you understand my reasoning for such intrusion.
If it's going to clear my name, be my guest.
If you wouldn't mind answering some questions, it can hopefully be cleared faster.
I'd like to start with your relationship with the Major.
Like I said, he's not the man he wants everyone to think he is.
Oui, but how is it you came to that conclusion?
You don't really want me to recount every conversation I've had with him, do you?
There is one particular I had in mind.
An argument would imply it was a two-way conversation.
And that is not how it was?
Here it is. I've been helping Angeline get exposure, her marriage to Gideon is big news, and his work is really paving the way for others. I saw the chance to get their names out there, and he didn't like it.
What was there not to like?
Your guess is as good as mine, Detective. But if I had to, I'd say he was jealous it wasn't his name at the top of the article.
And his reason to storm off?
Oh, you know about that. Let's just say I didn't accept his pathetic attempt to get me to stop the story. If you're gonna try and pay someone off, at least make it worth their while.
The Major would only be supportive of Mademoiselle's Angeline. There must be more to why he would not want her success to be known. I'm sure you have grown weary of the subject, but Monsieur Becker's?
You've really got a fascination with that guy, huh?
You have no idea.
I would not say fascination. An interest, perhaps.
Well, I'll save you the bother of trying to find out more about him. He's not that interesting. In fact, he's a bit of a wimp if you ask me.
That is not the impression I got of him.
That's because you've only seen the side of him he wants you to. He knows what to say in front of the right people. But behind closed doors, he's clueless.
Clueless in what way?
Let me guess. The first thing he told you was that he was a union leader. No, the voice of the people.
A man that is proud of his work is not something to be sneered at.
Don't get me wrong, he has a way with words, and he can certainly rally a crowd. But that's about it. At the end of the day, he's a representative and nothing more. He's got to play the part, not just learn the lines.
Mademoiselle does not think particularly highly of Mademoiselle Becker. She is a strong, independent woman, but to use the term wimp is an unnecessary attack on his character.
Merci, mademoiselle. I shall leave you to relax.
Sure thing, Detective. And if you change your mind on that exclusive about that shooting...
If I do change it, you shall be the first to know. Aha.
Mr. Artigue spotted leaving the Velvet Tickle Friday at 23:15. Cambrai House has been poaching off neighboring land, boar, deer, and duck. Maggie to follow up. Miss Bonte found her husband in their marital bed with a young maidservant. Scandalous. Testament from maid needed. Dr. Denault overheard in the cackling cow speaking poorly of King Leopold. He said questionable ideas, we say doubtful speculation, shady notes from Francis by Monday. Okay. I'm all for, copying and pasting, plants, all kinds of things. Exhibit A. Exhibit B. If we're gonna put two exact ones in the same room, can we at least make them look different? Rotate it so I wouldn't have noticed. Change the color of the hat.
Oh.
A pocket knife.
Oh. Oh.
Look at them, a recent article by Jackie Conrad about the riots linked to Ernesto's factory. Peaceful strikes turn to loss of lives as violence breaks out on front line. Following of a 4,000. Holy crap. Following of the tragic events in the city that has darkened the spirits of the people and brought to a screeching halt the rising defiance of the working class, and the area has been condoned off and the police presence on the scene has increased. Factory security forces have been asked to step down and the powers handed over to law enforcement services. Workers laid down their tools, switching all off machinery, and stood together shoulder to shoulder to fight for fair paying conditions raged on. What started as peaceful protests by those employed at the factories has turned to a battle of class. Support of their workers coming in from all over the city. Although the reports have not been confirmed, sources state that violence broke out following a second wave urge of supporters. Official numbers have not been published, but it has been believed that many as 8 workers have lost their life in the fighting. Oh, okay. 4,000 riot, 5 dead. Got it. The workers' front line has been considered as a representation of the people and working class of Belgium that now refuse to work as such demanding conditions, such as a demeaning and insufficient wage. Chief Commissioner LaRouche has confirmed that the outbreak of violence and resulting civilian deaths have been investigated, and an official statement is to be made in the coming days.
Go right ahead, Detective.
I was surprised to learn that Monsieur de Silva and the Major worked together.
All Felix cared about was money and filling his pockets with it. That's why he got into bed with de Silva.
The Major was not in need of money, though.
Need and want are two very different things. Did he need to move here and leech off the Madame? No, but he wanted to.
Tell me your opinion of their work together.
As far as I know, De Silva hired him to work security. He was worried what could happen to his precious factories if things got ugly.
And your reporters were there to cover the story when it did turn that way.
My reporters go where there is news to be told.
And you predicted the violence that occurred?
Anyone could see that was gonna happen. If you ask me, Hugo should have acted sooner.
Merci, mademoiselle. I shall leave you to relax.
Wait, before I leave, just in case. I'm glad it's not making me walk in the hallway and just jump me to the next room. Here we are in Mademoiselle Angelina and Gideon's room. I wonder what we shall find.
Huh. Ah.
You think their room would be more grand? I don't know, it just doesn't feel grander.
Ah. Mm-hmm. Huh. Aha.
Seems they used to be closer. Perhaps their recent behavior is merely a facade. Could it be possible that Gideon collaborated with Zach? Oh, look at that! Brotherly love over there. I feel like I'm not finding anything now. It's kind of weird. All the West guest rooms searched. I should make my way to the guest rooms on the east first floor. There must be evidence of collusion somewhere. Just walking in the hallway. I don't need to go back in the Major's study. That was the wrong door. And we're walking to the other side, and that's a storeroom. Oh, that's weird. I just realized this. They made me come all the way back upstairs to search their room. So I have to go downstairs. Going down the stairs. Searching other wares. I don't know. I have nothing. Ah, okay. Hi.
Mademoiselle, we meet again.
Bonjour, Monsieur Poirot. Pardon, Détective Poirot.
Just a detective is quite all right.
Bon, can I help you with something?
I mean, you're the one just standing awkwardly in the hallway doing nothing. It was you that alerted the house of the Major's body, was it not?
I was taking him a plate of food, but he didn't answer to my knocking.
Do we think Ingrid is really Ingrid?
You then entered the study.
I did. He wasn't moving. He just lay there.
I did not mean to upset you again. Seeing him there would be troubling for anyone, and I'm sure it is not a memory you wish to relive.
Tell me about your relationship with the other staff.
I suppose we're like a family. We argue, but most of the time we get along.
You must all be quite close, then.
Some more than others.
You refer to whom, mademoiselle?
Well, Maman Hay, sorry, Rihanna, She's been here the longest, and she's very close with Lizzie on account of Luke.
Yeah, I was about to say that too. How is Elizabeth, the late fiance, and the cook? What's the connection there?
Maman Ray is Luke's sister. You did not know that?
Oh, damn!
I thought she would have said. She talks about him all the time. It must have been awful, losing him in those riots.
Wait, he died from the riots? Oh, the plot thickens.
Apparently, he was right at the front when they were charged. They didn't stand a chance. If I had been the one responsible for his death, I wouldn't want Maman Ray looking for me.
Mademoiselle Rihanna, Maman Ray, she has expressed her desire for revenge.
Every time she talks about what happened.
How is it that knowledge of Luke's death has eluded me for so long? The death of a brother is certainly a motive enough. Did not see the aggressive side of Mademoiselle Rihanna when we spoke, but I wonder if she would act on such impulses for revenge if the opportunity arose. If you do not mind me inquiring, what brought you to the women's shelter?
I guess you wouldn't know anything about life on the streets.
It is not an experience I have had to face personally, but I understand that many are forced into it, and the lifestyle that comes with it.
The lifestyle of a thief, you mean?
Put rather bluntly, oui.
You are the first officer that has not taken one look at me and pulled out their handcuffs.
Mademoiselle, I can see you have turned your life around, and I commend you on your efforts.
Without the Countess, I would probably be rotting in a cell somewhere.
This is obvious alliance to the Comtesse, and an understandable one at that.
Merci, mademoiselle.
Uncunder Ingrid's involvement in recent affairs. Ingrid may seem nothing more than a young, innocent maid, but there is something that she is withholding. If I am to solve the cases before me, I must learn what it is. Wonder if Monsieur Zach is seemingly innocent as his brother. I should speak with him before searching his room.
Monsieur Demir, I hope you are feeling better today.
Nothing a good night's sleep couldn't fix.
Très bien. I wonder if you would be up to discussing certain matters with me.
Whatever you need.
I'm sorry if dealing with the Major's body brought up any familiar emotions.
I lost my taste for death a long time ago, but it had to be done. I'm certainly in no rush to be carrying a dead body again, though.
Most understandable. I shall extend the same gratitude to you as I did to your brother.
You've spoken to him already. How is he?
Perhaps that should be a question you ask him yourself.
Yeah, maybe.
I spoke with your brother about your past.
I bet he had a lot to say. He always did have an opinion on the war.
When I say your past, I refer to your past as brothers.
Oh. Okay, well, what did he say?
It seems you both had the same sentiment for this party. Perhaps the bridges that you thought were once burnt are in fact primed to be reconstructed.
We'll see how probable that reconstruction is going to be. Until he sees my point of view, I don't know how we can move forward.
What is there for him to understand before the bond can be repaired?
He lost his friends in the war, the same as everyone. But somehow he has forgiven. I'm sorry, Detective, I can't. And Gideon just doesn't understand that.
After speaking with Mr. Gideon about his brother's state of mind, I think the best thing for them both would be a reconciliation. There is something about Mr. Zack's story that he is leaving out, though. The death of his friends and comrades weigh heavily on him. Your brother was talking with the Comtesse while in a salon. I was not aware they were so close.
Those two, close.
They must share something in common to be able to hold a conversation for the time they did.
If there is one thing I know about my brother, it's that he will not. No. He cannot be rude. He just doesn't have it in him.
Was it not your brother that punched Monsieur Hagen?
Ah, that's different. He was asking for it. If you put my brother in a room with 5 socialites like her, he would work his way around every single one of them, offering his full attention and finest manners.
Merci for your assistance, monsieur. Oh. Hmm.
Ooh.
Huh.
Okay. Got a dagger.
Oh. Aha.
Secret buzz discarded right next to the ashtray. I gotta talk to Zack again anyway. Get all those checked off. Had to be something of Zack's. We're going with the fact they both have.
I must act on thought and.
Okay. I'm not going. I feel like this would.
Order and method.
Yeah. Okay.
That. I cannot see the logic in this. The pieces
Okay,
of
so I
the
was in the
puzzle
right
are
ballpark.
finally
I had to
coming
do with the
together.
hesitation and the reconciliation. Okay. The Demir brothers' estranged relationship is enough to suggest they would not have worked together. Sadly. Let's see what's over here. Get this checked off.
Always got time for my favorite detective.
There is a particular item found while conducting my search.
The dagger. I wondered how long it would take for that to become an issue.
I shall give you the opportunity to explain the reason for it being here before I jump to any conclusions.
It was going to be a wedding gift for Gideon. I've maybe not been the best brother in recent years. I thought this could make up for some of it. After what happened to the Major, I thought it was a bit tasteless.
You did not see it fitting to tell me you were harboring a rather sizable knife in your room?
I wouldn't say harboring. And I wasn't expecting to be a suspect in a murder.
Merci for your assistance, monsieur.
Just in case. Okay, nothing. Next. Zero Beckman's room. Without him here, I'm free to search it. That's a lot of siblings.
Oh.
There we go. Inspect every window in the freaking game. Is there one for plants? Maybe not.
Oh.
Seems he has been attempting to write a speech of some kind, unsuccessful though. I wonder, does that fit the power of behavior of Hugo? You underestimate the power of man's defiance. No. Your men, you, are in the position to bring all of this to an end. All we ask is what we deserve. No. If you do not retract your men, they will be met with equal force, too forceful. Your weapons may beat our bodies, but they will not bruise our hearts, spirits. Wow, that sucked. That sounded like it was gonna go somewhere, but no. These are the men that have built our great nation country and will continue to. Money will not save your soul. Okay. It's
Oh.
Inside Hugo's notebook, a hasty scribble regarding a meeting with who I assume Ernesto.
Huh.
What do I got? I mean, this could show that he was thinking about it.
Things are beginning to become clearer.
Jackie's opinion, she doesn't value Hugo's particularly highly. Would he collaborate with anyone else, I wonder? Jackie unlikely to collaborate with Hugo. But he might with Ernesto.
Magnifique.
Hugo and Ernesto confirmed each other's alibis. It's possible that they may have colluded to murder the Major. Can I find anything to support this? Business-minded Missouri de Silver's room.
Monsieur de Silva, I am sure you understand the necessity for this type of search.
Not really, Detective. Your speech was rather spirited. But it did not give me much faith in your investigation.
I have not had my abilities questioned to my face by one of those I suspect of a crime before.
Well, if you wish to prove me wrong, you should hurry up and find Felix's killer.
And I hope, with your help, monsieur, I shall.
Madame Van Den Bosch spoke of your work with her late husband.
Yes, I helped him invest some money. Unfortunately, he was not the businessman he thought he was.
Madame Van Den Bosch had a very similar view. At least he could have taken solace that you were both in the same position.
I think you're confused, Detective. It was Edwin that lost his fortune, not I.
Forgive my naivete. If you were helping him make viable investments, would you not have seen the same opportunity for yourself?
Ooh. You had him invest, and then you had someone else pull the money out, and you got to reap the benefits, didn't you?
I told him about the opportunities. I did not tell him to put his whole family's wealth into it. The prospect of doing good meant more to him than his profit margins. He was bound to fail.
Oh, he sounds like a great guy. I wish he didn't die.
The business declared bankruptcy.
It did, until it was purchased for a fraction of its worth and made the new owner a small fortune.
Beginning to see Monsieur de Silva's more ruthless side. It sounds as though the Viscount was trying to at least make a positive change, but perhaps he was missing Monsieur de Silva's cutthroat edge. What we spoke of last night regarding Madame Van Den Bosch.
Everything that I want to say on that matter has already been said.
I understand, monsieur. But what I would like to know is, was the late Viscount aware of your feelings towards his wife?
Excuse me, Detective, but you have crossed the line.
Cross the line like an attempt to bankrupt a business partner and friend so that you'll be able to swoop in and impress a certain target of your affections.
You make such ridiculous accusations without a shred of proof.
Your reaction at the mere suggestion is proof enough, monsieur. While I cannot arrest you for betrayal of a friend, I can hope your conscience does not forget, and that will be punishment enough.
Monsieur de Silva's actions are not criminal offense, but if there were plenty for deception and deceit, he would surely receive a life sentence. If he has gone to such lengths before, what would stop him from committing a similar act again, this time to the Major? I know you have worked with the Major, but what do you know of his finances?
He didn't have much to speak of. I was always surprised at the life he lived.
Surprised in what way?
Well, considering it wasn't that long ago he came to me asking about work, I didn't think he was in such good financial shape.
You offered him a position.
Nothing that he was willing to lower himself to. That's when he began talking about what else he could do for me.
Major works security for your factories?
If you can call what him and his team did security. For the money I paid, I did not expect them to be so reckless.
It was a considerable amount you paid him?
There's no need to divulge amounts, but it was certainly more than was expected.
One would expect a business of Monsieur de Silva's caliber to have agreed a price for the Major's services. Why would he allow the Major to barter more? Tell me more about the Major's security.
He said they were all professionals, but I saw nothing of the sort. He said he had worked with them all in the army as their superior officer. They were men that could be trusted.
But that was not the case?
I had not even met them before they arrived on site. They brought their own equipment. They looked like they knew what they were doing.
And this equipment, it included the weapons that injured and killed the workers?
It was not much of a choice, Detective. I said they didn't need them, but Felix said it was essential. He said he knew better.
The more Monsieur talks, the shadier his dealings with the Major become. It's beginning to sound as though the riots were no accident.
That is all for now.
So, one or two things here. He could be admitting to all these things that could get him in hot water, because they would still be a lesser crime than murder. Or he could be trying to be truthful So he's like, you know what? It's all off my case. I know I didn't murder the guy. Here's all the bad things I've done. Leave me alone.
Huh.
Letter opener. Okay.
Ah. Aha.
Contract for partnership between Ernesto and Hugo. It's missing Hugo's signature. Oh, these two are starting to sound like they're working together on something. This agreement is governed by the laws of the Kingdom of Belgium. Both parties agree the following. 1. Current worker strikes shall cease in all manners and forms. 2. Factory floor machine operators and supervisors shall return to their positions immediately. 3. Terms of the above contract shall be implemented and relevant action taken directly. Signed, Ernesto, the factory owner and employer. Ernesto Silva. Hugo Becker's union leader. I don't know, that sounds like a shitty deal.
Oh.
We're getting a lot of conversations from the things we're finding in this man's room, though. The letter stating the Black Marrow would reveal information of his questionable business dealings. Zir de Silva. At first you may question the nature of this letter, but by its conclusion you will know that what you have fought so hard to keep hidden shall be far from it. You have spent years feeding off of the hard-working backs of others and offering nothing in return. Your workers continue to take their lives into their own hands day after day, and your shoddy, damaged, dangerous machines for a fraction of what they deserve. Deal after deal is made, and while your pockets become fatter, lining them with more of your blood money, it is your workers that must pay the price. The mistreatment and pain that you have caused does not only reside in the factories that you own, but the house that you live in. You do not value the lives of those that allow you to live the opulent life that you do, and I will not allow that to continue. I can no longer sit back and watch as you disregard any sense of integrity or morality and continue to maintain on your self-made pedestal, lording over those that deserve so much more. It is time that you paid the price for your crimes and the cost of 5,000 francs. It is a small price to pay for my silence, for if I did not receive it before Friday, it will not be the cash you are paying, but rather years behind bars. Bring in the money in a small brown paper parcel addressed to Monsieur Cordier at the post office on Rue des Entrepots. Give it to the cashier and leave. If you do as requested, you will not hear from me again, and you may continue your life of luxury. It is obvious you do not value others' lives, but I urge you to consider what yours is worth.
What is it now?
Were you expecting some correspondence this weekend?
Excuse me? Detective, I think you are beginning to lose your mind.
I do not think it is unreasonable to question why you would feel the need to bring a letter opener with you.
Really, Detective? If I had stabbed a man with it, do you really think I would have left it lying out in my room?
Zero de Silver is correct. It was a stretch to believe someone would be so careless. The murder weapon remained somewhere in the house, though. Monsieur Demeanor invited Monsieur Becker so that you two might sit down and find some common ground.
Yes, and no one asked him to.
But surely it is beneficial to both parties. Your profits must have been affected.
There are barely any profits to speak of.
Why have those talks not taken place and a deal arranged?
Monsieur Beckers has made no attempt to speak with me and offered no counter-offer. The ball is in his court, Detective.
Although it is Monsieur de Silver's wages and treatment of his staff that is in question, it sounds as though he is at least trying to resolve the issue, surprisingly like Monsieur Becker's. Okay.
I have spoken of a potential blackmail ring, and yet you still kept your letter to yourself.
It is none of your business. And it is nothing more than a cheap trick to have me admit something that is not true.
If that were the case, it would be strange for you to have kept the letter and brought it with you, would it not?
Your persistence is a trait I do not enjoy.
Monsieur de Silva has remained blunt, if not curt, with his response to my questions. Perhaps it would be best to act in a courteous and empathetic manner so that he may be more forthcoming with the truth of his blackmail errand. Okay. Okay. Going with straightforward makes more sense here.
No reason, Detective. Merely saving you from wasting your time.
I will be the judge of that. I would like to know about any and all evidence that may help my investigation. I trust there is nothing else you deem a waste of my time.
Of course not, officer. It's not as though you think I'm harboring some illicit secret. The letter was a pathetic attempt to intimidate me. Nothing more.
You do not value the lives of those that allow you to live an opulent life that you do. So this is concerned, and the other one's condemning, so concerned makes sense here.
I have never heard so much rubbish in all my life. I value those that work hard and deserve it.
That suggests there are some that you do not respect.
Yes, well, why should I praise someone for doing a poor job? You make me sound like some monster.
Monsieur, the letter does not only discuss your questionable business dealings, but also cases of abuse against your staff. Both accusations that must be taken very seriously.
Detective, there is a difference between telling a member of my staff what to do and abuse.
And it is you that decides where that line is drawn?
In my house? Yes, it is.
Vizier does not like being pressed on the subject of how he treats his staff. If he had nothing to hide, there should be no need for such a reaction. Do you have any ideas as to which staff member may have expressed their abuse?
Please stop calling it that. I treat all my servants exactly how I always have, and no one has complained before.
Just because no one has complained before doesn't necessarily mean that there's no problem.
That does not mean your behavior is appropriate.
They have one chance. If they are not doing the job they are hired to do, they are gone. You would be surprised how many staff expect an easy ride.
I do not expect Mizu to treat his staff the same as his friends, but I also did not expect him to treat them like stray dogs.
Is there a specific member of staff that may have expected such a ride?
There is one girl, a new maid. I didn't expect great things from her, but Comtesse de Vos promised me she could do what was required.
Florette? This must be the young girl at the contest spoke of. Perhaps the position she is finding for these girls is not the best fit.
That is all for now. Is there something I am not seeing?
Okay. like the fact that he hasn't signed it
there
might be
something I-
important.
Order and method. That is the...
Okay. Oh, the fact that they
Another
work together.
success.
Okay.
I ne...
Doubtful this duo would collaborate. Would Ernesto deal with another member of the house, perhaps someone who never confirmed his alibi?
I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
Ernesto, who doesn't strike me as some sort of man that would ask for help no matter how important. And I need to talk to him again. Ernesto mistreat his employees. Yeah, we've got Ernesto employed the servant front. Okay.
Some would say a lucky guess.
Marge is making her shelter girls do her dirty work, finding dirt on members of social league. Well, I mean, well, I disagree. She kind of loyalty, I guess, huh?
What is...
You speak with the Comtesse directly about hiring a servant from the shelter?
She approached me. I thought it was rather brash.
In what way?
Assuming that I would want to take on another servant, and one from such a troubled background. She is running the charity, not I.
There is something that you were keeping from me. Your business relationship with the Major was obviously towing the line of legality.
When he came to me, I told him that with the factories on strike and my profits pouring down the drain, I had nothing for him. But he said he could help me get them all back to work and the factories earning. His rates were steep, but he said he knew what needed to be done, and he was prepared to do it. A week passed and they were all still on strike. In fact, even more had joined them. He made excuse after excuse, demanding more and more money for the job to be done. But he never actually told me what he was going to do.
And you didn't ask?
The riots.
I had no idea they were going to charge them like that. How was I meant to know?
And even following such a tragedy, he continued to demand money from you.
He said if he wanted my silence, it would cost. Do you have any idea what it could do to my livelihood, my name? If it got out that I had paid the so-called security that did that.
I have every idea, monsieur. You hired a militia to take action against your own workers. You deserve whatever name is chosen for being so morally bereft in your decision-making.
I didn't know that was what he was going to do.
I have to believe nothing but the truth. And the truth, monsieur, is that it is not only the Major that has the blood of those men on his hands. That is all for now.
Double check before I leave.
What a revelation!
Marge may know more than she's letting in if she has an inside link with the staff of the house. I found no clear evidence of the guests working together in any capacity. What has become clear is the Comtesse connection to the staff. Could there be something more to their relationship? So I talked to Ingrid.
there something you need, detective?
Tell me about your true relationship with the Comtesse.
She helped me at the shelter and with this job.
That I am already aware of. What I am not is what else she tasked you with.
Pardon, detective?
I know that your position as a servant in this house is not your only job. What did Countess de Vos ask you to do while in this house?
She said I had to do what she asked, or I would be back on the street. I didn't want to do it. If anyone found out, I would be the prime suspect.
Madame Van den Bosch would have been aware of young Ingrid's past. She is worried that they would accuse her. What was asked of her must be related to the past life as a thief.
Merci, mademoiselle.
Pistons going to round 2 of the playoffs. Woo! Sounds like fun. I'm not a sports person, so that's... Let's see. Is that football? No. I'm like awful at sports. Like beyond awful. My home state doesn't like really have any sports teams, so it's like, who do you root for? Ingrid is following ours.
What a revelation!
Ingrid has admitted that her work in the house is not wholly honest. Okay, talk to her again. Is that where the key went?
Magnifique.
I thought it was irresponsible of Archibald to lose his key, but now its disappearance makes sense.
Is there something you need, detective?
What was it that the Comtesse asked you to steal from the house?
Nothing. She said I was to take nothing.
If it was not something she wished you to take, what was it?
She wanted me to find out information about the family and Monsieur Hagen.
Why did she request that?
At first I didn't know, but when I heard about Mademoiselle Angeline being blackmailed, and then the Major, I knew she had used what I found.
Perhaps my suspicions of Monsieur Sterling's involvement with the Major safes were incorrect, and the key was not lost, but stolen. Tell me how you accessed
I
the
knew
safe.
Monsieur Archie had a key, and it would be easy to get it from him.
You knew that the Major asked Monsieur Sterling to access the safe from time to time, and if anything was ever discovered missing, he would surely take the blame.
I never took anything. I only told the Comtesse what I had found.
And that was?
About Monsieur Hagen and the Madame's relationship, and Angeline.
I'm sure the Countess was pleased to hear such valuable information.
She said I had done a good job, but I needed proof. That's why I went back and got the letters last night.
So it was young Ingrid that beat Madame Van den Bosch to the safe last night. But why would they be left in such a precarious fashion? When I returned to the study in the morning, the letters remained out and the safe open. So she put them back in and someone else ripped them out.
I fetched the letters again and took them to the Comtesse last night. But she shouted at me and said what a stupid girl I was.
You were only doing as she requested.
She said it was too dangerous for her to have them with you around. That's when I returned them to the study. I thought I heard someone on the stairs, so I just threw them back. It was dark, as I dared not turn the light on. Someone would have seen it.
Trying to slot a key into a lock in the dark is no easy feat. That would explain the scratches on the safe. If Madame Van den Bosch had only tried to retrieve the letter minutes earlier, she would have surely crossed paths with Ingrid.
Merci, mademoiselle.
This will not get me any closer. Come, my little gray cells.
Oh, come on. It's one of these.
I cannot see the logic in this.
Or not? Oh.
Another success.
Well, we already
I
knew
never
that.
doubted myself.
I wonder how many secrets this house holds for Ingrid to find. Gathering information. Ingrid trying to access the unconscious.
I must act on thought. The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
If there is somewhere in this house where a secret lies, it will surely be found in the hidden room. Suspicion of the Comtesse's connections with Ingrid was correct. She was trying to use the young girl to find out anything and everything she could about the family. The Comtesse need not even get her hands dirty. Okay, talk to Ingrid again. Just check off some things. Oh, there is a connection. I'm missing something there. Okay. Documents, major. What am I missing?
I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
Such a calculating web of lies and secrets. What motive would possibly justify such devious actions? Finally, I have unmasked the blackmailer. Mademoiselle Angeline and the other recipients such letters may no longer live in fear. Comtesse de Vos shall pay for her crimes. Well, we got the blackmailer. Now we gotta figure out who the freaking murderer is. Why are you in my room?
Mademoiselle, merci for coming.
Oh, okay.
Have you had a breakthrough, detective?
I have. Finally, I have the news you have awaited.
Please, detective, don't hold me in suspense.
I finally uncovered the identity of the one holding the Van den Bosch name to ransom.
Oh my, I feel faint at the thought of knowing who could have done this to us.
It is said to keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. It is Countess de Vos that is behind the letters.
I don't believe it. What about the Major's letter?
Not only his, but a letter to Monsieur da Silva.
She was blackmailing him as well. Detective, I just don't know what to say.
Take a moment, mademoiselle. It is a lot of information to take in.
I just don't understand why she would do such a cruel thing.
What do you know of young Ingrid's past?
She has never been particularly forthcoming with it. Only that she was homeless for some time and that she was at the women's shelter before here.
And it is there that the Countess abused her power and manipulated her to uncover secrets of the family.
All this time she has been working for Margot, doing her dirty work?
I am afraid so, mademoiselle.
Mademoiselle is in a state of shock. To learn that such a close friend of the family has betrayed them in such a cruel way, it must be devastating.
Is Maman aware?
You are the first I have told, mademoiselle. Next will be the authorities.
I'm afraid that we'll have to wait.
S'il vous plaît, mademoiselle, we must go through the correct channels.
And we will. I want to see her punished to the fullest extent of the law. But we cannot telephone anyone, as the lines are still down.
Monsieur Archibald informed me earlier. I had hoped they would be working again. Last night's snow must have caused more damage than expected.
Last night? They have been done all weekend, Detective.
Going back to Archie being my suspect in my head.
Detective? Are you okay?
Wait, if the lines have been down for that long, then when Archie picked up the phone and pretended to... He answered the phone and then asked the Major if he wanted to send the phone to him, but none of that was real, and he just knew I was observing him. What? How could I have been such a fool? I saw Monsieur Sterling talking on the telephone, but I heard no ring.
Detective Poirot?
It was such a lie. A scene acted out for my benefit to throw me off the scent. If I believed that the Major was still alive at the time, I had no reason to investigate anyone's whereabouts beforehand, anyone being Monsieur Sterling and his staff.
Would you like me to fetch you a glass of water, Detective?
No, I'm pretty sure they're gonna poison me at this point.
My apologies, mademoiselle. I was taken by surprise for a moment, but I have regained my composure. A glass of water is not required. Would you excuse me? Merci, mademoiselle.
I knew Archie was up to something, but goddamn! My patience has grown thin, and the guests and the staff of this house think it is acceptable to lie to my face when questioned and obstruct my investigation. But no more. We shall see how Monsieur Sterling and his staff fare against some pressure. In all fairness, you should have been asking them the whole time, good sir. The whole time. I've been lied to for the last time. My suspicions initially led me to the guests, but now they are firmly placed on the staff. Monsieur Sterling and Mademoiselle Rena cannot hide behind their lies any longer. making sure that's the right way, right? It looks like Elizabeth is on her way to see me. But it's such a late hour? She looked like she's on drugs.
Mademoiselle, what a pleasure to see you.
Detective,
It is a rather late hour to be wandering the halls.
Oh, yes. Of course.
I can't tell if she's scowling at me or she looks like she wants to kill me. Like, obviously her drawing in the bottom right is one thing, but, like, her actual face.
I do not feel myself, Detective.
If that is the case, you should be resting. Allow me to help.
No, that's quite all right. I will see to my duties and return to bed.
Lizzie, excuse me, Elizabeth. Lady Van den Bosch has been waiting for some time now.
Was she gonna go, like, admit something to me or kill me?
Oh, yes. Sorry. Detective Poirot was just...
I'll see to the detective. You just head on up. Off you go.
Good night, Detective.
Bonne nuit, mademoiselle.
Mademoiselle Elizabeth is certainly not herself. I thought the death of the Major had brought up uncomfortable memories of her beloved Luke, but it may be something else.
I'm sorry about her, Detective. As you can see, she is still not back to her usual bubbly self.
This weekend seems to have taken quite a toll on her.
She'll be right as rain in a couple of days. Now, what can I help you with?
As if by magic you appeared when needed. I would like to speak with you and the remaining staff. If you could gather them in the staff pantry.
At this hour, Detective? Is that really necessary?
I shall be the one that determines what is and what is not necessary, and this is very much the former.
Imagine you just walk in and they just, like, clobber you and kill you. I mean, like, there's, like, 4 of them.
As you wish, Detective. I'll see if Inge is finished preparing for breakfast.
And Mademoiselle Rihanna?
Yes, of course. I'll fetch her from the kitchen. Elizabeth may be some time with the lady of the house. Perhaps you'd like to start with us?
Very well. I shall speak with Mademoiselle Elizabeth when her duties are complete.
While I am gathering the staff, Mr. Beckers is in the library. If you wish to join him, I could bring you both a nightcap.
I wish to keep a clear head, but there is something I wish to discuss with Monsieur Beckers.
This is my opportunity to confront Monsieur Beckers about his dealings and lack thereof of Monsieur de Silva without being disturbed. Just making sure nothing. Okay. Talk to Hugo.
Monsieur Beckers, it is rather late. The other guests have already retired to their rooms.
I didn't even see the time. It's easy to lose oneself in a library this impressive.
That is something we can agree on, monsieur.
I suppose I should be heading?
A moment, monsieur. There are some matters that we must discuss.
Oh, what is it, Detective?
I did not realize your relationship with Mademoiselle Conrad was so business-oriented.
I'm not sure what you mean.
Her proposal to make you somewhat of a star, a figurehead for the working man. What would you call that?
There was certainly no talk of making me a star. That is not the type of man I am. She wanted to write a piece on my work with the union, and I was happy to oblige.
Monsieur Beckers has always appeared to have workers' intentions at the forefront of his decisions, but perhaps the thought of being remembered for something great was too much for him to pass up. I was wondering, did your speech go the way you expected?
My speech? I'm not sure what speech.
You may save your false ramblings for your next audience. I am aware you spoke with the Major yesterday.
Whoever told you that has it wrong, Detective.
Please, monsieur. The truth.
Okay, fine. Yes, the Major and I spoke, but it was not for long.
What was the manner of your conversation? From what I understand, it was not a light-hearted chat.
I was trying to convince him to speak with Ernesto. It's time we brought the strikes to an end.
And that was best approached by a shouting match?
He wouldn't listen to a word I said. I spent so long preparing how I was going to convince him, but men like him are only swayed by one thing: money.
Monsieur Beckers is not wrong. He had tried to grease the Major's palm. Perhaps he would have been more successful.
It is said that money is the root of all evil, but it can also be a rather powerful bargaining chip.
Well, he was bargaining with people's lives. If he had acted sooner, none of those men, my men, would have to die.
The Major oversaw security at the factories. Could he have done more to stop the strikes turning violent? I understand Monsieur De Silva had prepared a deal.
A deal? It was an insult.
I agree.
And that is why you did not sign it?
I didn't sign it because the workers deserve so much more, not his pathetic attempts to get them back to work.
Did you think there was a chance for a better deal to be made?
I know there was. He's a pompous swine that cares for only himself and filling his pockets.
I'm sure I've heard that description of Monsieur De Silva before, at least something similar. Push on Jacqueline's influence over Hugo.
Mademoiselle Conrad can be quite convincing, can she not?
She has certainly taken several wealthy business partners by surprise with her knowledge and prowess. She knows how to use her womanly powers to get what she wants.
But she did not surprise or use you?
Me? Used me? Don't be ridiculous, Detective. There were no games played at my expense.
Monsieur Beckers has quite a way with words and is a fan of his own voice. Perhaps I should allow him the opportunity to speak and open up without too much interruption and forcefulness. Okay. So try not to speak, don't interrupt, and don't be forceful. So, curious? Even though she was able to convince you not to sign a deal?
No, she just reminded me of what I was fighting for.
You claim that you refused Monsieur De Silva's deal as it was not adequate for your men.
And I stand by that. It was an insult.
A rather bold move to make
Yes,
such
I
a decision on your
one.
own.
Oh, okay, or not. Your job is to support the workers, but nothing you have done has gone them any closer to the results you promised.
I may not be perfect, but I've done everything I can.
Your efforts fell short in every respect. You claim to be the voice of the people, but you care about no one's voice or benefits but your own.
It's not as easy as just signing a piece of paper, Detective. It is a heavy weight to bear on one's shoulders. I consulted with others.
You yourself spoke of Mademoiselle Conrad's cunning in business.
And I told you, I was not one of her targets.
Tell me then, what was it she reminded you of? The acclaimed man of the people you would be known as if you pushed the factory owners for more?
It wasn't like that at all.
From where I am standing, it was she that was manipulating the terms of the deal, and you in the process. You were merely her pawn.
Okay, yes, I know. I shouldn't have listened to her. But what else could I do? Remain an unknown my whole life? I didn't mean for anyone to get hurt.
It may not have been your intention, but we both know the result. You rolled the dice with those men's lives for fame, and you lost.
Pardon my intrusion, but are you from a large family?
What does that have to do with anything?
I have often wondered about the competition siblings face in a large family.
When you're young, it is the best feeling to know you have family that will stand by you, without even being asked. It is not until everyone starts carving their own path that you realize you're walking yours solo, and those that were beside you are now miles away. My older brothers were the athletes of the family. They both played soccer, and were the infatuation of every teenage girl. I'm sure you have seen the type.
Oui, monsieur, but I can assure you that was not I.
Then there was me. Quiet, timid, a shadow of the Becker brothers. My voice and very presence was forgotten and ignored. Nothing I could say or do would ever reach the bar they had set. But I always knew I was destined for great things. Years passed, and now that I no longer stood in the colossal ombre of my brothers, I could become my own man. When the position of union leader was posted, it was my chance to finally be heard. You hear politicians speak of the little or the common man? Well, that was me. And I knew what we wanted and what we needed. When I spoke, others listened. I held their gaze with a sense of pride, a sense that what I was doing was for the greater good. It was supposed to be my crowning achievement, lead the men to victory over the money-grabbing oppressors. But instead, all I did was lead them to their deaths.
Monsieur, it was not at your hands that these men died. The blame cannot lie solely on your shoulders. Those responsible will be punished for their crimes. That you must trust.
Monsieur Becker's story is one of fighting to have one man's voice heard, but be it a single or one of the masses, I'm afraid he may be remembered for what he did, but not the way that he had hoped. That sucks. Well, speaking with Monsieur Becker's was not the reason for me being up at the hour. He was able to fill in some of the blanks regarding the Major, but not in getting any closer to discovering his killer. Perhaps the staff's living quarters will.
Ah.
Interesting.
Huh.
Oh my god, they all took trophies from the dead man?
Detective, what can we do for you?
You can help me by telling the truth, and in the process, help yourselves.
Sorry, Detective. It's a bit late in the night for riddles.
It is no riddle, monsieur. If I do not receive the truth, you shall all be charged as accessories to murder.
Detective, I think maybe you have been locked in this house for too long. We have already...
You have told me a version, and now I require honesty. Monsieur Sterling, is there anything you would like to add to your story?
I'm not sure what you think I have done, Detective.
Let us not string out this charade any longer.
The telephone call to the Major received.
From his associate. I've already told you, Detective. I don't know who it was.
Do not worry yourself on such details now. I suppose they were lucky to have called when they did. Otherwise, they may not have gotten through at all, with the telephone lines being down as of yesterday.
Aye, Detective. Lucky, I guess.
Azir Sterling is no fool. I believe he is aware I suspect him of something. Perhaps some carefully worded questions are all I need for him to slip up. Can you were you the last to see the Major alive when you brought him the bottle of whiskey in his study, correct?
Whiskey?
You took a bottle of whiskey to the Major. You spoke with Monsieur Demire en route.
Aye, of course. It was a bottle he picked up from his last visit to Scotland. Rather smoky number from the Highlands. He was saving it for a worthy occasion. Drowning his sorrows must have been fitting enough.
At first, he does not remember the bottle at all, and as if by magic, he recalls the exact details.
Or was it the one from the West Coast? You'll have to excuse my memory, Detective. It's not what it used to be.
Can you explain why a medal belonging to the Major was amongst your belongings?
Oh, you found it. Thank you, Detective. I've been looking everywhere for it.
If I had lost a war medal, I would not stop until I found it.
It's not what you think. I was...
Exploiting a dead man's military achievements for your own personal gain?
Nothing of the sort. He asked me to clean them up. I must have dropped it into my pocket when I was putting them back. An honest mistake.
Never ever heard such a pathetic excuse to explain a stolen item in one's possession. I would expect a better lie from an infant. I cannot claim to be an expert, but I would presume a medal like that would be of quite some value.
I wouldn't know. Probably.
Archie.
Your father was in the military for many years. That is what you told me.
He was.
And your family still keep his medals?
They were sold.
And why was that, monsieur?
Is my family on trial now, Detective?
Only you, monsieur. And I repeat my question.
Because we needed money.
Voila.
Azir Sterling was well aware of the medal's value when it found its way into his belongings. You claim the Major asked you to clean his medals for display purposes?
No. He keeps them safe with some of his old military documentation.
Is that a typical job for the head butler?
He trusts me to do a good job. I told him I used to clean my father's, so he asked me to do the same.
And where does he keep these items?
In the storage room. I know where everything is, so it's just easier if I fetch them for him as and when he needs them.
I do not recall seeing any military memorabilia or keepsakes when I was in the storage room. Could there be another storage room he speaks of? Are you happy here at the Van Den Bosch house?
It's certainly better than my last.
You are paid a fitting wage for the work that is asked of you?
I'm sure the lady of the house would not want me discussing it, but I should not complain.
That is not the most convincing answer, monsieur.
Between you and I, we all work very hard here, and it would be nice if we were rewarded for it.
Seems to me Azir Sterling is trying to convince me, as he has himself, in his light-fingered actions are justifiable due to the petite wage he receives for his honest work.
Please don't go anywhere. If I require more information, I shall call on you again.
What'd you do, Archie? Why'd you do it?
I must take a different approach if I...
Did he dress up as the major?
Come, my little gray cells.
And then make Hugo see him?
Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of genius.
The major would not have left such a fine coat in the staff area. Someone must have worn it. More importantly, however, who wore the major's clothes?
I must take a different approach if I am... I must act on thought and...
It's one of his many lies.
This will not get me any Things are beginning to become clearer.
The theory that the major had been killed during the dinner was nothing but a ruse. Why are the staff covering the real time of death?
Is there something...
I should have known that wasn't going to be it. It's the same idea, it's just different ways of connecting to it.
I cannot see the logic in this. Order and method. That... What a revelation!
You should have known the first glance those belonged to a member of the staff, but who?
Some would say a lucky guess. I would say...
A staff member dressed as the major's clothes and took his position out in the snow for the guests to see. Why would they do this?
Mademoiselle, I shall keep my questions brief.
I don't know what else I can tell you.
You have been honest with me so far. All I request is that you continue to do so.
Oui, détective.
Already aware of Mademoiselle's involvement with the blackmail, but I'm not sure if she is also connected to the Major's murder. Tell me what happened before you found the Major in the study. Some part of me thinks she's not gonna be, only because she made the comment earlier that, you know, some of the staff were closer than others, and I think she was on the outside of that.
It was frantic in the pantry. We were working hard to make sure everything was up to scratch.
Go on.
Plus, if they made her find it and she didn't know anything, then when she was suspected of being a suspect, she would just been ruled out.
Then Liz burst in, asking for Mamore's help.
Her help with what, exactly?
I don't know. She took Liz to one side, and I was needed in the salon. We spoke just after that in the pantry.
You did not question what she needed help with?
I was too busy. I love Liz, but she sheds a tear at almost everything these days. Although, I have never seen her look so pale.
Mademoiselle Elizabeth still looked pale when I saw her earlier. I understand the amount of work that goes into keeping a house running, but Madame cannot expect the staff to work if they are ill. Perhaps Mademoiselle Rihanna can clear up the reason for Elizabeth's panic.
Merci. I shall return if I have any further questions. Mademoiselle, I shall be as quick and precise with my questioning as possible.
Okay. What do you need?
My condolences to your brother's passing.
Merci. He was a good man. Taken too early.
Forgive me, mademoiselle, for not extending them earlier, but I was not aware of your relationship.
He was my only brother, and he died doing what he believed was right. If I ever get my hands on who took him from me...
I understand why she is angry for her brother to be taken from this world at such a young age and in such a violent manner. Violence cannot be met with violence, but I am not sure Mademoiselle feels the same. Tell me about your brother's involvement with the riots in the factory.
You say the riots, but it was the strike he was part of. They started the riots, not the workers.
By they, you are referring to the security forces. They were brought in to keep the peace.
Security, huh? They were brought in to make an example of them. It was all peaceful until they arrived.
Why would they need to make an example?
So that the workers would stop rallying. No one is going to go on strike if they think they'll get killed. The security you talk of were armed and ready. The workers were pigs to the slaughter. What chance did they have?
It's obvious Mademoiselle is still upset about her brother's death. And rightly so. If the events were as Mademoiselle describes, I cannot comprehend how the security forces were able to get away with such despicable acts of violence. Pardon me, Mademoiselle. I know I have spoken on this, but you took ice to the Major, correct?
Yes.
This was before or after Archibald took him a bottle of whiskey?
Before.
You are sure?
It may have been after.
The whiskey is kept in the cellar with all the alcohol?
It is.
Then you must have noticed him going into the cellar and returning with a bottle through the pantry, no?
Yes, I suppose I did. It must have been before then.
It took only one question for Mademoiselle to doubt her own story. What I still cannot see is why the need for the lies. Tell me more about Elizabeth yesterday.
What is there to say? Being locked away in the pantry, I don't see her for most of the day.
That may be, but she came looking for your help before dinner was served, did she not?
She wasn't feeling well, that's all.
And she came to you?
I told you, we are a family here. The girls come to Mama Reh if they have a problem, and I fix it.
When I saw her earlier, I must admit she was not looking herself. Perhaps I should check on her.
No, just leave the poor girl.
She's been poisoned.
She'll be fine after another bowl of my homemade soup. She just needs her rest.
Oh my god. I swear to freaking God. If she dies and is poisoned by the freaking cook, I'm gonna lose my shit. I'm sure Mademoiselle Rihanna is a loving mother figure to the staff while away from their families, but her eagerness to keep me from seeing Mademoiselle Elizabeth again does not sit comfortably.
Merci, mademoiselle. That is all for now.
Another success.
How can either of them forget something so important from only the day before? Archibald and Rihanna unsure of their stories.
This will not get me any closer to my goal. Come, my little grey cells.
They're not sure because it's all a lie, but like maybe it's this one?
Things are beginning to become clearer.
Both Archibald and Rihanna played parts very well until they became complacent. Why do staff feel the need to fabricate stories?
Order and method. That is... The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
I almost had to relay their stories back to them both. I obviously cannot trust a word they have said. Why are the staff hiding the truth from me? Oh my god. The fact that I got to this conclusion 10 times
I should not be
faster
surprised by my own skills of deduction.
It's a revelation that I have not expected the staff were involved in the murder. While the young Ingrid is guilty of her own crimes associated with blackmail, it is Monsieur Sterling and Mademoiselle Rihanna that have been an integral part of covering up and obscuring the truth of how the Major was killed. Yep, and I'm pretty sure they're about to kill someone else. The staff were already suspicious of beginning with, but this confirms their involvement. Are all the staff members involved? I'm close to revealing the truth about the Major's murder, but I must understand the roles of each and every person involved playing before the final puzzle is solved. Oh my god. While I do this part, see, can you run a prediction? I feel like they normally go for 20 minutes, but let's do at least half the time. Or even shorter. I don't know what the times are. But, at least maybe 3 minutes. That Elizabeth is possibly being killed. Poisoned. They're gonna kill her off, if they haven't already. And that's why they don't want me to find her. Yay or nay?
Is there something... Magnifique.
can now imagine the pain they have felt losing Luke. His memory will live on in their hearts.
I must act on thought and fact. Another success.
Elizabeth looked pale, and the other members of the staff were busy with the duties. She must have found the body, but did she play a part in the murder?
What a revelation!
Although her duties are primarily focused on in the kitchen and pantry, I don't recall seeing her.
The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
Impersonating the Major was Rihanna's role. I did say it looked like a man. And no offense to Rihanna, but she is very masculinely built. Can I add? Role in the plan. Why it was necessary, I am not sure of yet. Why did she feel the need to cover for Elizabeth?
I cannot see the logic in this. I must take a different approach if I am to uncover the truth. I cannot see the logic in this. Come, my little grey cells. Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment.
Archibald's acting skills came into play to cover for a member of the staff, but who?
Things are beginning to become clearer.
I'm confident Ingrid isn't a part of the cover-up that has clearly been a focus of the other staff.
Is there something I am not seeing?
What was covered for now?
I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
The stage call was Archibald's assignment, and he went to great lengths to protect Elizabeth, but why did he feel the need to cover for Elizabeth? Isn't it interesting that I was kind of like, I want to go talk to her again, and she's like, nowhere to be found. Well, young Ingrid is guilty of her own crimes associated with blackmail. It is Monsieur Sterling and Mademoiselle Rihanna that have been an integral part of covering up and obscuring the truth of how the Major was killed. I now have all the pieces of the puzzle. I must return to my room and place them together until the result reveals itself. We didn't go check on Elizabeth. Did we just forget about her all of a sudden, Mr. Poirot? It is time for my low-grade cells to go to work. I am so close to uncovering the truth. Huh.
Order and method. That is...
feel like I need to make the conclusion that Elizabeth is the one who killed him. I don't think it was 100% intentional, though.
This will not get me any closer to my... I must take a different approach.
In all fairness, I thought about linking these two, but I feel like they just said more of the same thing.
Magnifique.
How could I have allowed this to slip through my grasp? Elizabeth is the murderer. I cannot believe I did not see it, blinded by my own trust. But it seems like she was going to come tell me, and then everyone stopped her. They might, permanently stop her. When I look back now, the clues were there staring me in the face. I spent my time chasing connections between the guests. In all fairness, you're all trapped in the house. You should have investigated every single person from the start. So this is your own fault as a poor detective, sir. Spent my time chasing connections between the guests. Their motives and agendas were more than enough to raise suspicion, but while distracted by them, I failed to notice the one absent member of the household. What I still cannot grasp is why. I promised myself that after that fateful day in the capital, I would not let my judgment steer me adrift, but once again, it is I left looking the fool. There is nothing more that can be done tonight. I must at least try to rest my head in preparation for confronting Mademoiselle Elizabeth in the morning. She's gonna be dead, good sir, by the morning. You made a big stink about going to check on her, and now you're not checking on her. She's going to be dead. She's gonna be dead. I'm 100% confident she's gonna be dead. The truth. Let's see, we started chapter what? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then we'll have... What in the world? Has an elephant escaped and made its way to the second floor? Oh my god, it's gonna be a body. It sounds as though it's coming directly from above me. But that is the storage room? She's gonna be dead. She's gonna be freaking dead. I need to start arming myself with like a kitchen knife. Why would Monsieur Sterling be in here clattering around the dead of night? Unless he's trying to lure me here and he's going to try killing me. Archibald is up in the middle of the night making some amount of noise. I must find out the extent of his behavior. Grab the hammer. Not even like, hey Archie, why are you in the closet, buddy?
Monsieur Sterling.
Oh, detective, I was just...
That's where the secret room is. It's right behind that cabinet. You can see the scratches on the floor.
Please, I eagerly await to hear what reason you give for being in the storage room at this hour.
A butler's job is never...
I am no fool, monsieur. You have spun enough stories this weekend.
Honestly, Detective, you don't trust anyone.
And with good reason.
My patience has all but run out. What are you doing in here?
I've been thinking about my time with the family.
I often think on fond memories, but it does not take me to a storage room in the middle of the night.
Uh-huh.
There are many memories held within these walls. I just wanted to see them again.
Oh my god, there are murdered people behind these walls? Like, what the fuck are we doing? Zir Sterling sounds as though he plans on leaving the house. It sounded as though you were moving furniture in here. You've done nothing but deceive and abuse your position. Both you risked your freedom to help Elizabeth.
I didn't realize the noise I was making.
Obviously. Were you preoccupied looking for another of the Major's medals?
Of course not. I already explained.
No, monsieur. You attempted to dupe me again into believing one of your stories.
Please, Detective. I know you know how it ended up in my possession. I was just trying to get some extra money together to send home. I can't lose this job. If Lady Van den Bosch found out...
Theft of a medal would be the very least of your problems.
Deceive? I'm sorry that I lied to you about the medal.
You, when confronted, Mr. Sterling still remains steadfast and refused to acknowledge what he has done.
Would you care to explain the fake telephone call? It was purely for my benefit, no?
Why would I fake a telephone call?
Oh my god, good sir!
The same reason that Mademoiselle Rihanna dressed in the Major's jacket in the snow, to allow not only the guests but me to believe the Major was still alive.
I didn't kill him, Detective.
I know, monsieur, but I also know that you helped the one that did to cover their tracks.
It wasn't like that. We were just trying to help. She had no part in it.
Both you and Mademoiselle Rihanna risked your freedom to help Elizabeth.
You never let on. How long have you known it was her?
Literally last night.
Monsieur, I am Detective Hercule Poirot. I only show my hand when I deem it necessary.
There's that too, I guess.
You will be taking her away then.
She will stand trial for what she has done.
But you don't know the full story. She is just a servant in this house. If she is arrested, that will be the end for her.
If Mademoiselle was only protecting herself, as you both have claimed, she will surely be found innocent.
That's not always the case. Self-defense can be sometimes hard to prove. You was still not explained what you're doing in here.
The Major's military storage box.
The one that stored his medals.
Amongst other things, yes.
And those other things are?
I had to protect her. If you found it when searching the study, you would have carted her off then and there.
Whatever it is you have hidden, it will not remain that way for much longer.
Mr. Sterling is obviously hiding something. I should perhaps conduct my own search for it instead of relying on his cryptic messages.
I need a moment.
Oh my god, do I really have to paint dots for you? I have no chains, so what's the point of this? Again, I clearly see the scratches on the ground.
pieces of the puzzle are finally...
The detached carving may relate to the door in this room. This would explain Archibald's presence.
I should not be surprised by my own skill.
Archibald must have hidden items in the secret room. I presume this existence within here somewhere. I have visited all locations in the game. Aha, a hidden room. It seems as if there are more secrets in this house to discover.
Aha. Aha.
The last will and testament of late Viscount. It seems he truly loved Evangeline. Last will and testament. I declare that I, Viscount Edwin Van Dan Bosch, am of sound in mind. This last will expresses my wishes without undue influence or duress. Article 1. In the event of my death, I hereby appoint my wife, Cassandra Van Dan Bosch, as the executor of the Van Dan Bosch estate, and I leave the remaining wealth held in the Van Dan Bosch name to my only daughter, Evangeline Van Dan Bosch. Any outstanding debts, expense of my last illness, funeral expenses, and administration card are to be paid from the Van Dan Bosch account at the National Bank of Belgium. To my daughter, Evangeline, you are the apple of my eye and the brightest star in the sky. Never allow your light to fade for even a moment. To my wife, Cassandra, thank you for the many joyous years we have laughed, we have loved, and we have brought the most precious of gifts into this world. I trust that you will protect her and prepare her for the future full of opportunity and hope. Viscount Edwin Van Dan Bosch. Mr. Victor and Rouge Petty Solicitors. So he left nothing to his wife. And being the executor of his will, she would have known that. And, well, not happy with it. Prestige looking knife, likely brought to the major. Oh, look, blood stains on the military knife. I can't imagine what the potential murder weapon.
What a revelation.
The murder weapon has been found. Elizabeth must have used this in the study. Talk to Archie about that. Dishonorably discharged. Oh my god. Whose medals are they then? Because you would have been stripped of your medal. To the removal of his pension, to losing his financial situation. Killed prisoners of war. That's like one of the highest things you could do as a no-no. Like, are you serious?
must act on thought and... I must act on thought and...
Thought they had the same engraving.
Things are beginning to become clearer.
The layer must belong to the Major. The army symbol all confirms this, but I don't really have this in my possession.
Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of genius.
The lighter I found in the military box is certainly the Major's, meaning the other one is not. Cross all those off. That one too. He didn't try to lock me in there. Well, that's a plus. He's not
There
trying
is
to
no
murder me.
use lying anymore.
When I inspected the garden yesterday, I found a lighter I assume belonged to the Major. See, it couldn't have been the Major because it would have been buried under tons of feet of snow.
He always had his regiment lighter that he received in the war on his person.
And yet, it was not his regiment emblem that was engraved on it.
My father's. It must have fallen out of my pocket. You still have it, detective.
Monsieur, you have stashed evidence, manipulated a crime scene, obscured my investigation, and yet it is a lighter that you worry about most?
If it is my path to end up behind bars for what I have done, so be it. It is Elizabeth that you cannot allow to be locked up without the truth being told. I have heard how you fought for that young maid before. Florette, is it? I only ask that you do the same for Elizabeth.
Maybe I could have if you guys didn't fuck everything up. Although the cases differ greatly in severity, I can't envision the similarities of how Mademoiselle Elizabeth will be treated by those in positions of authority or social standing even before she is tried. It's my oath as an officer of the law to uphold justice and fairness. Mademoiselle must be given the chance to prove her innocence before the courts as any other suspect. The absent murder weapon.
You found it.
Even the secret area that has been created here is not concealed enough to stop Detective Hercule Poirot.
Why didn't you guys wash it?
I couldn't just leave it at the scene for you to find.
The Major was killed by his own knife. The knife that protected his life during the war would eventually be the one that ended it.
It was in his holster when he attacked her. He had hold of her arm. What else was she meant to use to get him off of her?
I cannot imagine the Major would have given his knife up easily. She must have been in close proximity to reach it. Perhaps he did attack her, as she claimed. He did attack her, as she claimed.
She didn't plan any of it, Detective. She was only defending herself.
And that would have been so much easier to see if you guys hadn't mucked everything up.
That is what Mademoiselle told you?
She did, and I believe her. You think you knew the Major, but you had no idea. He was a monster and had more secrets than all of us combined.
That may be true, but that does not excuse what she has done.
Put yourself in her shoes for a minute. If a man like that had attacked me the way he did Lizzie, I would have done a lot worse to him.
Like, was he looking for, you know, or did something else happen? Mademoiselle Elizabeth has told Monsieur Sterling a version of the events that suggests she was attacked by the Major. I struggled to believe that she would make such a story up, but then I also did not believe she could do such a thing as commit murder. There did look like there was a struggle.
I need a moment.
Order and method. That is the... Another success. I never doubted myself.
You know, I did look at that one, but I was like, eh. If the only thing I found was Archibald's lighter, he must have collected something else. What else did Archibald collect from the garden? We did see on his body it was also defensive. Dropped something from the window. He dropped the lighter.
I must take a different approach if I am to uncover the truth.
He collected something dropped from the window.
Is there something I am not...
Oh, he threw the knife out the window. Why wouldn't he shut the window then?
Magnifique.
Oh my god. Drop the murder weapon from the window, collect it, and then hid it in a secret room. Gotta talk to Archie again.
There is no use lying.
It was you that I saw in the garden that night.
When you asked me yesterday about seeing someone out there, I thought the game was up.
That does not explain what you were doing out there.
When Lizzie took me to the study, the knife was still in the Major's chest, and I knew I had to get rid of it. I dropped it out of the window, knowing no one would be going outside. It was fine for the time being, but I couldn't risk it being found when the snow melted.
So you collected it under the cover of darkness and stowed it away in here where you thought no one would find it.
And still didn't think about washing it.
After your questioning in the pantry, I knew you were onto something, and I couldn't leave it here.
And where did you plan on moving it to?
Honestly, I don't know.
Collecting the item and hiding it to save Elizabeth, he must truly want to protect her from the law. And we're going to save it there. So we still don't know what has happened to Lizzie. Let's see if it saves the when I go out this door, right? Can I save whenever? I cannot save whenever. Let's see if it says. Because I thought we were going to walk in here and they were going to be dragging a body. I can't leave. What haven't I concluded? I'm very confused. It says 0. This is completed. This is completed. Do I need to talk to Archie again?
There is no use.
I have one last question. Why?
Why what? Why I would risk everything to help Lizzie?
Exactement.
Because she is family. If you were in that position, you would do the same.
I can assure you, monsieur, that I would not.
Then perhaps that says something about you, Detective. I would do anything for her. For any of my staff.
Even if it means crossing the boundaries of the law?
Without question.
The lengths that Monsieur Sterling would go to protect someone he considers family is admirable. But when those lengths break the very laws that are in place to protect the innocent, they cannot be ignored. I ask that once your morning duties for the ladies of the house are complete, Mademoiselle Rihanna and yourself wait in the staff quarters.
Aye, Detective. But please, you have to help Lizzie. It was all an accident. She doesn't deserve to spend the rest of her days behind bars because of that man.
If she is put behind bars, it is because that is what the courts have decided upon.
Did he think Lizzie was blackmailing him, and that's why he grabbed her?
Detective, you can't be so cruel.
It is not cruelty, monsieur. It is the law.
After these further revelations, my mind is as busy as Monsieur Goulet's chocolate shop. I have all the pieces of the puzzle to deduce why Elizabeth killed the Major. Now I must allow my little gray cells to put them together. After finding those documents in the hand room, things are starting to fall into place as to why Elizabeth may have killed him. And we're going to save that there, because that will be a wonderful, wonderful conclusion. So, where are we off to? That's what we got to figure out. Oh, Gooba's still doing, it's the Paris one, the fashion one. Why am I drawing a blank on that? Danger by Design. There we go. So that is where we will head off to. So, get that going. Get this all... I'll let it finish saving. There we go. And then I will sign us off. So let's see. Whether you are mucking up a crime scene that could have proved someone's innocence in the first 5 seconds of the game, or are hiding many secrets that we are still yet to uncover, you must always remember to stay sleuthy.